Let's go. Hello, stream. Okay, what you're seeing on your screen right now is a lie. For the moment, at least. Because in reality, we are going to be rigging something else. So, welcome everyone. Last stream I promised rigging series kind of thing, the rigging series of live streams, and so it's time to get started on that. The first thing though is not going to be like a proper, beautiful, awesome rig that is going to take weeks. Instead, I'm just going to try to very quickly rig a layout model that Publico just threw at me, which is where project Publico Cowboi character Cowboi rigging. So whoa, that is not what it looked like when I saved it. Oh come on. Oh no, why did this happen? Animation, oh my fucking god, man. I mean hacking frick. Okay, so we just cleaned that file up, which now I'm gonna have to do again. So the guys are working on, I think, making sort of grease pencil demo projects, and this is a character for that. Yeah, this is the correct file, right? Yeah. But then I want just this collection, I think. Yeah. No, this one. Okay, all of this stuff needs to go away. I saved that into my file. So this model is just a layout temp placeholder thing, and we're just gonna try to slap a rig on it as quickly as possible. And after that, so hopefully that is not going to be the whole stream. That's just going to be the first part, a bit of a warm up. And after that, we're gonna do something else. Okay, so I'm trying to clean up this messy file now. So I don't know. Apparently these objects have an animation. Yeah, this one does. Great. So we need to get rid of that. So you know what I think I'm probably gonna do? Just do with script. Because you can just do for a in d.actions. d.actions.remove a. Okay, that's all the actions removed. Great. Yeah, welcome everyone, welcome. Let me pop out the chat so I can actually see it without. Except where is the pop out chat button? Here. Okay, yeah, expect everything to go wrong as soon as you go live. Yeah, pretty much. I mean, it's fine. I just spent like 5 minutes before the stream preparing this file. And I saved it on another computer. Then I opened it on this computer. And I fell for the classic Blender experience of, oh, you had keyframes on these objects, which you couldn't see when you saved the file, but you're sure as hell gonna see them when you load the file. Anyways, we're just gonna clean it up again. So what I did before, I think, is also unparent everything, apply transforms to everything, delete this mirror harpel object, and delete this weird object. And then, Jesus, flip this stick to the top, set up my outliner the way I like it. Okay, so as you can see, like these objects aren't even properly named. This is supposed to be called dash layout. We're gonna call this dash geometry. Dump all this stuff in there. I'm gonna call this dash rigging. And sorry, wait. My overlays, outlines, 3D cursor. Okay, so this character is Publico's brainchild called Cowboi, who is half cow, half man. Which is not a bull, because that doesn't work with the pun. So anyways, it's just a bunch of little glob objects to give an idea of what this character might be. And yeah, I got some vague instructions for what kind of rig we need. I'm gonna use the CloudRig human preset and try to put it in the proportions of this character. Delete the hair. Let's see how this goes. Also, it's entirely possible that we might run into like bugs or issues with CloudRig while streaming, and if that happens, I am fully prepared to just fix code if it comes to that. Also, we have a copyright-free music playlist, which is not necessarily going to be amazing, so I'll try to skip crappy songs. But thank you for the authors of those songs, of course. Last stream I just tried my luck with just playing video game music. But yeah, that results in like ads on the VODs. So we'll try to avoid that. Yeah, so the way this character is split up into different meshes is such that you could just use object parenting to rig it, and maybe I will in some cases, but I think it doesn't save me a lot of effort, to be honest, so I think I just weight paint them, even if it's just like weight painting the entire object to one bone, because then if it's a bendy bone it can still deform, whereas with just, you know, pure object parenting, it can still scale non-uniformly, but that's not much. And I think for figuring out what this character is going to, how it's going to work and move, it's probably maybe potentially helpful to have the bendy bones actually working. So yeah. Okay. Oh, and yeah, the character is in a not even A pose, but just the arms are just way down, which is, I mean, again, it doesn't matter, it's just not what you would have in production. Like this arm has like a random rotation. So yeah, this is definitely not... Try not to learn anything from this part of the stream, okay? The educational part will come later. This is kind of just, let's just have fun, you know? Sometimes rigging stuff in like a very scrappy way can be kind of fun. Well, I guess it's satisfying because you get a result pretty quickly, but it's not gonna be a portfolio piece for sure. Okay, is this thing gonna have carpal bones? Yeah, I guess fine, whatever. What? Ah. Okay, so we want this elbow to rotate. Like, what is the rotation axis of this thing? It needs to rotate like this, right? So I'll try to line up the x-axis to that rotation. Let's see. Like that, I guess. But then the upper arm is maybe quite different. No idea. Let's say that. Okay. If you couldn't tell, Pablo is into buff dudes. Oh man, this torso. That is big. This guy has got torso for absolute days and weeks and months and years. Holy moly. Okay. I might need to actually use some brain cells to make this not awful. Huh, hiding is not symmetrical. I guess that makes sense. Okay, how is this torso gonna... Jesus Christ, it's so big. What? That is never gonna look good. Like deforming. Oh my lord. Oh, Pablo. Why? Why'd Where does this guy's neck even begin and end? Bruh. And his you see like interesting. So it's like I'm thinking if this character tries to turn back, which is not a very common movement, so I'm not saying it's a big problem, it's just like this curvature, I'm pretty sure you would have a hard time removing from the design in any given pose. Which is fine. It just means the character, like, they would have a hard time looking up, I think. Right, it can probably be done. It can be done. It's fine. It doesn't matter. For now, we'll just generate some rig and do some automatic weights and see what happens. Let's place these heel bones right there. Oh man, the guy's floating above the ground. Doesn't matter, just move it down and pretend it never happened. Apply transforms. Oh. Nothing matters, it's layout, guys, it's layout. Eye pose it is, yeah. It's the eye pose. Yeah, which also, like, if these joints were actually deforming, that would mean like the character would have a very hard time raising their arms up, which maybe they still will. We'll see, we'll see. I don't know what logic I use to place these thigh pivot points. I don't know what logic I should use. I know I want to keep the legs straight though, so let's rotate it from down there. I mean, yeah, just gotta try it and see what happens. Let's place the fingers as well before we do the first generation now. Let's see. Okay, to be fair, these meshes had a useful origin point which I destroyed when I applied the transforms, which was maybe a bit unwise, but I think I'm just gonna roll with it. Just a bit more mode switching and cursor snapping this way. Whatever. Yeah, now we're gonna spend like 10 minutes just doing this good old cursor snapping business. And let's try to get the bone rolls in a useful way as well. That is the wrong vertex to snap to. Okay, these carpals, which I'm totally gonna weight paint, it's totally gonna be worthwhile. Actually, maybe, I don't know. It depends on what kind of animation they want to do as a test for this character. Like, I believe this character will do a lot of fighting, so I guess having the carpals early on in layout is probably worth it, worth a bit of extra effort, so that's fine. But then again, the idea of qualifying that as extra effort is maybe a bit lazy from me, but hey. That's me. Okay, that's one finger. All that I'm doing here, by the way, is of course being symmetrized on the other side automatically by Blender. So at least we only have to do it on one side, which is nice. Some bone positions we eyeball, others we do with cursor snapping to some vertex that seems reasonable. Why are we playing smooth jazz over here? Get out of here. Sorry, jazz lovers. and I might be having a picky day when it comes to music. Oh my, I just realized that the character has 4 fingers. I mean 3 + 1. Which is fine, it's just the bone names, then I need to... Okay, then it's the ring finger that I'm gonna scrap. So because the fingers are named, like, you know, thumb, index, middle, ring, if there's one less finger, then which one you remove is kind of a decision. But the ring finger is usually the answer. So that finger is now gone. Final bone rolls. This boring stuff is almost done, guys. Well, I mean, it's rigging. It's gonna remain boring. But you know. Okay, we have a Metarig. Disable the axis display, Ctrl-Alt-R, and we have a rig. Ooh. Oh, the names. Meta Cowboi with an I. Rig Cowboi. And then this is Cowboi rigging dash widgets. And then this shouldn't have that anymore, this shouldn't have that prefix anymore. And this object belongs there. There we go. Oh no. Enjoying the ASMR, guys? Oh, sorry, I missed a question earlier. Actually, maybe I missed a bunch of messages earlier. About the... I guess the age-old question of A pose versus T pose. But I think it's a simple answer. It's like, if you know that your character is not gonna have to raise their arm, then A pose is gonna make your life easier. But if your character needs a full range of movement, then I would go for T pose, for sure. Okay, let's see. It's a rig. Let's make some bones a bit bigger, because the character is so thick that some bone shapes get lost in the mesh. I think that's fixed now, except for the neck. Let's fix it as well. So I'm just scaling up the bendy bone scale with Ctrl-Alt-S, which I think is an old shortcut that has been removed in like 3.5 or whatever, but I put it back in my preferences. Because I think it got set to like save incremental or whatever, but I have that on Ctrl-S by menu. Save incremental. So I'm good. Oh wow. These bone shape sizes are kind of awkward. Whatever, we'll fix it later. Okay, IKs are facing the correct direction. The root bone could use a color, I reckon. Okay. Alright, let's start parenting the objects. Maybe we just do it in one. Like we just select everything. Yeah. Let's just do it. Select everything. Whoa. I've seen this error before. I'm pretty sure it's an error in Blender, and I think it doesn't exist. It doesn't happen in 4.2 anymore. But anyways, I will just, instead of using my custom by menu, which gives that error because of some icon code, I'll just use the old menu. Parent with automatic weights. Oh, the head geometry was super high res, so that's why it's taking a second. Oops. Do you use Maya? Have you checked the name of the channel? Okay, we might have crashed Blender, I'm not gonna lie. The head sculpt is like 1 billion polygons, and I just did automatic weights on it. I think it's gonna recover, it's just... How was your day, guys? It's not crashed, guys. It's not crashed. It's just running a slow algorithm on a very dense mesh, which is my fault. This is entirely user error, make no mistake. Blender did nothing wrong. Maybe while that other Blender is thinking, I'll show you what we'll do later. So this is Mikassa. She's the protagonist of Project Gold, the film that's, or I guess tech demo or whatever, that is coming out soon. And so she was already rigged, you know, many months ago for the production, but I decided to rig her again on a live stream. You know, now that I've kind of figured everything out on, like, from the experience of having rigged her for the production. But I think during the live stream I'll do some things differently, in some cases because I wish I had done them differently, and in some cases just to show off different techniques. Like, I think for this production we didn't really need like cartoony rigging for this character, but I think I'll implement some cartoony features just to show it off. Let's see if Cowboi is done. Oof. Okay, I might give up on this then. We might have to check the autosave. Let's see. Except, where are my autosaves going? This is from right now. So how is that possible? Okay, interesting. We're getting some override warnings on file open. I would like to fix that. Okay, interesting. So the weight... Oh! Whoa! Okay, wait, is the other instance still frozen? No, no, it finished. Timing. Okay. But did it give up on this guy? Huh. Okay, wait. Is it dangerous to enter weight mode on this? No, that's fine. Okay, it failed to auto-weight this, but it doesn't matter. It just needs one. In fact, maybe for this one I won't use armature deformation because it's gonna be potentially... it's potentially gonna have an effect on performance because it's so high poly. Because these are obviously just kind of sculpted meshes. So I think instead I'll just bone parent them. But wait, how many faces are there? I thought there would only be 3. 2 even. Slight neutral with 001, slight open mouth, and angry. I'm pretty sure Pablo told me to just do neutral and angry. And also that these, you know, so the plan for this character apparently is that it would be head swaps. So these are actually not just expression tests, but also like just the sculpts that would later be turned into different heads. And in the rig, just swap 2 different heads. And then we'll see if they want to pose it further from that. But yeah, I'm pretty sure for now I'm gonna get rid of these guys. And just have these 2 just to kind of test the face swapping idea. And I'm gonna parent those to the head deform bone. Ooh, why did they shift? They should not shift. Do they have a parent? Oh, this is still here. That shouldn't be there. Was that the reason? I'm not too sure. Let's try that again. Interesting. Is the armature deforming? Like, I mean, like posed? No. It is not. Are the object origins weird? Yes. Why? Okay, I'm not sure what's going on there. But oh, because the eyes are using some object for this, for the mirror. Which is fine, doesn't matter for now. But so for these guys, I just wanna... Wait, it's not them who has the pivot point in the wrong spot. It's just the torso. Everything? I'm just stepping back and forth in my undo history now with Ctrl-Z, Ctrl-Shift-Z to see if this is breaking anything. Me applying the transforms, that is. And I think it's fine. And even if it is breaking anything, it doesn't matter because it's a layout character, so we can break whatever we want. But there you go, applying transforms fix that stuff. So look at those automatic weights, working a miracle. Amazing. We have a deforming character, guys. Great. Let's make sure the finger bones are also big enough to be visible through these thick fingers. So I select everything. Why is... The finger bones have shifted. Or well, the finger mesh has shifted. Something has shifted. But when? And why? God dang it. What? Wait, the object origins are... No, they are at the world center. But now the legs are too low. What is happening? Okay, what have I done? Okay, whatever I did, I'm gonna fix it by method of tremendous eyeballing. Look, we just moved everything back. We try to match the feet to the world floor, like that. We apply that, and that's fine. And then the rig, the origin is at the world floor, but the root isn't, which suggests what? Did I move the rig in edit mode or something? No. Oh no, did I move the rig down and then I apply the transforms? At some point. But anyways, what we have now should be fine. Oh, what? Why does this have a... Oh my god. My god. I need to make a script, an add-on, or whatever, that makes auto-keying a user preference. Because the fact that you can open somebody's file and have auto-keying on because you open somebody else's file is so bad. It's literally so bad. It loses so much work. It causes so much confusion. Everything is now keyframed. Everything. Oh, but at least we got some sick dubstep, bro. Like, I don't even know what's a good way to remove the animation from everything. Like, if I wasn't a Python person or in actions. Actions, not really. Sounds familiar. Okay. Regenerate this thing. Fingers should be good again. Yeah, fingers are good again. Now, what we were about to do a second ago, fix the size of the fingers. Dude, that's some angry dubstep. Kinda dig it. Which version am I working on? I am on Blender 4.1 for now. Just because for the sake of the stream, I thought it would be best to just be on the most stable version. And because I won't be using any new features from 4.2, 4.3, I think. But this project in general will, but this early layout rigging process will not. Again, the project is supposedly some sort of a testing ground for Grease Pencil 3, which is pretty exciting. Sorry, I'm just reading the chat. If Blender comes with the add-on features built in, it would change Blender for VFX. Which add-on? It's generally the most game-changing add-on I've seen in a while. Which add-on? Oh, someone else is talking about an add-on called Trengra FX. I'm not familiar. But I don't do VFX. I'm just a rigger. Working through these issues live is actually really helpful and great insight into the process, even if it's frustrating to you. Thanks. You're welcome. This is not that frustrating because it's kind of low stress, like this particular rig, because it's just a layout rig, so it doesn't have to look good or anything. So, you know, like normally, if this was production and I noticed that some objects have moved by some arbitrary amount, I would not be comfortable to try to move them back by eyeballing it, because I don't want it to be, you know, everything to be, all the pivot points to be 2 millimeters off from what, like, either a past version of me intended or some other artist intended. That would be kind of bad. But for layout, who cares? No one cares. None of this matters. This is just going to be used to, yeah, like, you know, internally to test the design, test the formations, test ideas, whatever. And that makes it low stress and chill. Of course, now I'm saying I don't get frustrated, and then 2 seconds ago I'm like crying about this or that, freezing or being unintuitive or annoying. But hey, it's like, I don't know, not a real frustration, you know? Like, when I'm really frustrated, I'm quiet. Very quiet. But now just chilling, just adjusting these shapes. As you can see, as I'm changing the size of the bendy bones on the Metarig, and then I'm regenerating the rig, the shapes of the widgets are becoming bigger or smaller. And I'm just trying to make sure that all the widgets are visible without bone X-ray, because bone X-ray is kind of it makes the viewport look very cluttered, even when I don't have the rigging stuff displayed. So even like this, it's very cluttered, because you can see the entire shapes, you can see through the mesh, you can see shapes that are, you can see widgets that are behind, like this Cowboi IK thing. So I always try to make the rigs in a way where you can see the shapes without X-ray. Which again, since this is layout, it's not as important as it usually would be. But yeah, that is something I try to do or keep in mind. There you go. Now the arms are also visible, and like these clavicle bones are visible. They are a bit awkwardly placed, and like they are going into the character, and I can fix that if I want to. But yeah, you know what? Let's use our new tech. So let's say I say duplicate and edit custom shapes, and then I can just boom. And of course it fails. Context missing active object. Interesting. Okay, well, at the very least I want to write down that this error happens, because this is my code that just gave us an error. In fact, this is my code that I just pushed on the last live stream to CloudRig, so that is kind of high priority. So I guess it didn't make the widget object active, and it's unhappy about that. But I could swear this worked on Friday or Thursday when I streamed. Interesting. Okay, we'll write it down somewhere. Maybe I just fix it let's fix it after this layout rig is complete. Where is it? It's in Blender scripts, texts, CloudRig to do. Oh, it's already here. Error when leaving widget edit mode. No, edit object. There you go. So it doesn't get forgotten. I have a lot of text files with a lot of to-dos, but some of it is like 6 years old and will never be touched again. I don't know why, but CloudRig returns me an error when I try to generate the rig in 4.1. Well, make sure to submit a bug report on, yeah, there should be a, if you go on your Metarig and under CloudRig generation log, if you have a fatal error that like seems like a bug, CloudRig should catch it and create an entry here with a report bug button, and then you can just press that and start reporting a bug. You might need to make an account on Gitya though. Or can you log in there with Blender ID? I think you can. Okay, so let's see, how's this rig doing? It has hands, great. It has fingers. Let's see if the fingers are kind of reasonable to... What is that? Or if the fingers do something reasonable when I try to rotate them all on the x-axis. Yeah, I would say so. I mean... Could be better. Could be better, but do I want to make it better? Let's try briefly. But I should really fix the collection organization because it's a bit messy. And of course, some of this work can be carried over to the final rig, such as, I would say, bone names, and yeah, some bone collection organization maybe also. But I'm pretty sure the resting pose will change, and everything else will probably also change. I mean, I'm not gonna make this perfect, I think, but that's arguably better. I guess technically if I... the trouble is it takes like kind of not a lot of work to make it a lot better, so I'm tempted to do it. But I rotated this guy. This. It's kind of not doing what I would expect here. But whatever. I'm already kind of far off the mesh. So I think I'm just gonna roll with this. It doesn't matter. The animators will just make a proper fist. But I mean, yeah, this is a little bit closer than what we had before. Let's try to fix the organization of things. I mean, it's not too bad. Yeah, what is the issue here? Oh, it's actually on the Metarig, I think. We're also gonna clean up the generation log in a second. So on the Metarig, I have... Right, I think it's the fact that, yeah, all of the regular bones are in the rigging collection, which makes sense, but I would prefer them to be, I think, on both the IK controls and the FK controls collection. Just so that when in the Metarig I hide the rigging, and then I switch, no, sorry, when on the generated rig, when I hide the rigging bone collection, and then I switch back to the Metarig, I don't want all the bones to be invisible. So assigning them to these collections helps with that. I also can't click drag this anymore. Yes, I can. Okay. Skill issue, I guess. Okay, so arms. I mean, not great. Also, for this part, Pablo said he wants it to be a hard piece, which maybe I'm not explaining well with those words, but what I mean is that it shouldn't deform like at all when bending the arm. So we want to do this instead. Yeah, it should do it, and then similar deal here. And this is of course kind of experimental. The idea is to make it look a bit like an action figure, I think, or at least that's Pablo's inspiration, I think. You know, these posable action figures in real life. We might, or he might go for that kind of style. I'm not sure, but it's something he wants to test, I think. And I'm pretty sure this clipping is also fine, whatever, doesn't matter. Is it good on the other side? Let's see. Yeah, it's doing the same thing, right? It's my weight painting was mirrored, right? Let's double check that. Yeah, it was, okay. Okay, so that's hands done. Oh, he also said it would be good to control this thing as a whole. I don't know, it's Pablo, he always wants everything. Like, it doesn't matter if it's like a complete mathematical contradiction, he needs everything. Everything to work in every fashion imaginable. And he's not gonna get that, but technically, crap, I thought you could do that. Yeah, so right now you can't move this piece independently. And achieving that with CloudRig right now, I think, would not be trivial. But let me think. I mean, there is a way. But that way requires this center control to not exist. Let's try it real quick. So if I set the stretch segments to 1 and I enable an advanced option, I think, called create deform controls, then we get these green squares. And if this arm is weight painted entirely to this bone, and this part of the arm is weight painted entirely to this bone, then you still get the kind of regular behavior, you get the stretchy behavior, and you can move the whole thing. So that is what he wants. You just lose the center control, and I can't really bring that back easily. But I think I'm gonna go with this for now. I think this is closer to what he might want. And this one is not working. Oh. We might have found a bug. Uh-oh. Well. See, that happens. That unfortunately happens sometimes. Yeah, so this copy location constraint should be on a parent of this, which already exists. And that copy location constraint is already there, so this copy location constraint should just not... Oh wait, it has influence 0. Wait, what? Did I just do that? Yeah, I just did that. Anyways, so yeah, this should not exist, and then it's working fine. And I think the stretching still works, yeah. Okay. That's another note for the to-do of bug fixes. The arm rig, this is probably gonna fail to be a sentence, but let's see. The arm rig, comma, when using create deform controls has an unnecessary copy location constraint on the upper arms. That's a sentence. I'm proud of that. Okay, so at some point we'll fix that in CloudRig, but for now we're just gonna manually remove this and keep that in mind and not regenerate this rig anymore. We probably will, so that was probably a lie, but whatever, let's see. Let's see the legs, which we haven't looked at yet. Let's just fix the weights of this thing. What is it called? The ankle. And the toes. And okay, so the leg is not segmented like the arm is. So that's just gonna deform normally. Oh, it is. Wait. Is it segmented? Oh, it is. Okay, well, the knee is separated from the thigh at least. So I guess I will weight paint that accordingly then. So we select this bone and fully weight paint it to that. And the end of the thigh will be fully weight painted to this bone. Oh wait, whoops. Yeah, okay. Okay. So I do want this kind of setup for the knee and the thigh connection, but not for the thigh and the hips connection. That is just normal. Whoa, that looks rough. Maybe this is not the spine rig that I want to use for this character. Oh, it's an FK. Wait, if I should fix the eyeballs still, they're just kind of flying away. What's that? Okay, so that object should be... All right, the bone of it is gone because the bone of... Right, because when we changed the bending bone segments from 2 to 1, the bone names changed. So now instead of upper arm 1, we just have upper arm without a number, which is fine. Let's do a bit of cleanup here. Whoops. This should be done not just for the left, but for the right side as well. And then we can do a cleanup. I messed it up, didn't I? Clear empty deform groups. Clear unused groups. What? Why is the right upper arm disappearing? Wait, did I not mirror this rig setup? Yeah, I did. Left shoulder looks like that. Left upper arm. Oh. What? Wait, this still has a mirror modifier? Oh, it still has a mirror modifier. But then this should work because, oh man, did I find another bug in my tools? No. Delete unused non-deform groups. Yeah, this is good now. Okay, I'm not sure what I did wrong before. But anyways, now there should be no roadway. Oh. Oh, it's a different object. Gonna be the same issue though. Upper arm bones. Oh yeah. Okay. Not sure what's going on over here. Interesting. What? Why? Oh. More of the same. No, wait. Ah, whatever. Alright, the opposite side vertex groups don't exist for the mirror modifier, so I need to just touch them and then they get created and then the mirror modifier wakes up and it works. Okay, so that should be good. I mean, it looks terrible, of course, but that's okay. And then he wanted a switcher for the face, so let's do that real quick. We already have a properties bone. We'll rename it from character human to just, I don't know, properties. Yeah. And I think the Metarig came with some default properties, which I'm gonna get rid of, and I'm gonna add a new one called face selector. Is that a good name? Make it an integer. Default can be 0. That's gonna correspond to neutral. Make it library overridable. Okay, and then in CloudRig settings, we'll edit the UI, remove the old crap, and add properties, face selector to just the properties subpanel, sure, whatever. 0 and 1, and the names are going to be neutral, comma, angry. So 0 is neutral, 1 is angry. There we go. We generate this, so now it shows up here. And then we copy this as a new driver. And we're almost done with this character. Paste the driver here. And we want to say, so this is the angry head, so when face selector is equals 0, equals 1, that's when we want this to be active, but of course this is a hide property instead of a show property. So I like to just put a not around cases like that. Paste it to the render. And then paste the same to the neutral, but edit it to say equals 0. Copy, paste to the render setting, and then let's see. Neutral, angry, neutral, angry, neutral, angry. Great. Right, let's fix the eyeball. Yeah, what is going on with that anyways? It has a mirror modifier, it's mirroring around the head angry object. I feel like that should work. Because the head angry object is object parented to the bone. Oh, but the mirror, the eyeball is not. So I guess the eyeball also should be. Mind you, the eyeball is like not even in the right spot, I'm pretty sure. Which the guys are probably aware of. It's just, you can see what state the face is in. It was like literally in the middle of being worked on when I started rigging it. So you know what? I'm just gonna do them a favor. They're just called sphere. I'm gonna do them a favor. Just gonna put it in a rough spot, and I'm just gonna, I don't know. I think I'll apply the mirror and call it a day. Yeah. This is fine. And so, yeah, good enough for me, man. Neutral, angry. Great. It's a rig. Look, no rogue weights. Everything parented to the armature. Oh, wow. The thigh weights are going absolutely everywhere. Do I want to fix it? Oh god, the shoulder weights are also like huge. I'll tweak it a little bit, but not too much. Oh man. Okay. I mean, why is it zooming so much? Jesus. Isn't that the weights that I just fixed? Okay. Let me just fix also the bone sizes of the toes, and then I'm gonna call it there for this one. And then we move on to a more high effort project, or rig, I guess. But you know, this kind of shows how you can rig something poorly quickly. You can always do that. Jeez. Some of the vertices there were not quite centered, which was causing the mirror modifier to fail to merge them. But then again, maybe that vertex should not be getting merged over there. Where is that vertex even? It's these guys. What is the threshold on this thing? 1 millimeter? It doesn't look like 1 millimeter. Oh, because the mirror perceives the armature modifier, so it's actually looking like this. So yeah, I'm gonna move these slightly. Don't tell the modeling artist. There you go. I think now it's not merging anything that it shouldn't be merging. Wait. Huh? These center vertices should be staying in the center. But I just try to achieve that by doing weights, smooth, and then just smooth the hell out of it. Will that work? That is not gonna work. Huh. Okay, then Ctrl Z. Yeah, I'm a bit surprised that that doesn't work. Oh, but when I do put the mirror modifier, then it's fine. Oh, I think I get it. Okay, I'm just being silly. Okay. Okay, if I work on this any longer, like the more time I spend on this, the more embarrassing the quality of it becomes. So it's best to just call this done. The guys can mess around with this, draw over it. I don't know. Put him in poses, make a storyboard with it, whatever. Yeah, we'll call this done. What happened to the root bone color that I assigned a while ago? Why is that not making it through? That's weird. Oh well, we'll fix it manually, just like removing these constraints. But that's kind of concerning. But whatever. Okay, do I want to hide any stuff? It's already hidden. Yeah, that's good. Then I think we save this like this. I want to check out that root bone issue in a fresh file. So if I spawn a basic human Metarig and I set its viewport color to yellow and I hit generate, then it's yellow. It's good. Why is Cowboi different? Wait, no, it's not. I guess I just haven't no, because I fixed this menu already. So if I regenerate, the color is gone. Oh, is it because I assigned it to the pose bone color instead of the other thing? That was a misclick. Yeah, that was the reason. Okay, that's fair. So I just misclicked and I was therefore doing things wrong. Okay, Cowboi is done. Cowboi layout is done. Don't spam the chat. I'm not gonna read any of what you said. Let's see. That OS looks interesting. Can someone tell me what OS it is? I forget the name. Wait. Well, okay, the OS itself is Linux, that much I know. But the distro and what is this thing called? The friggin' interface? I think the interface is Plasma or something like that. Yeah. But yeah, it's the same system, I think, that is on the SteamOS, which is kind of just by coincidence, and that's at least one way to identify it. Okay, so let's start rigging Mikassa. Here's my kind of plan for like everything in terms of like the next several streams. These are kind of just notes for myself. So ignore if the wording can be a bit weird or abstract. We're gonna start with some easy stuff, obviously. The same stuff that we just did for Cowboi. We'll recur her body, clothes and hair, and then in the future we'll start on her face. And I think we're probably gonna spend a vast majority of the time on the face, but not today. Today we'll, you know, do the basics first. And will try to get at least this far before the end of the month. As for if I'm gonna have time for Deform polish, I would expect not, but who knows. But I think my workflow has mostly not changed in this Deform polishing section, like using the post shape keys add-on to improve deformations. That's kind of the same today as it was 3 years ago when I rigged snow live. So at least that knowledge still applies. Whereas when it comes to face rigging, I'm always learning and I'm always trying to do stuff differently. So yeah, but that's kind of future. For now, you know, let's start. Also, I kind of decided that for Mikassa on the live stream, I'd like to try to build the Metarig from scratch. So you saw me rigging Cowboi now, and I used this Cloud Human preset, which is, of course, what I would normally do. But I think maybe for the sake of me potentially explaining things better for anybody who wants to build their own Metarig, I thought I would just start from scratch and pretend that the preset doesn't exist. Although at the same time, like, while I want to encourage people to build their own Metarigs, at the same time I also would like to add more Metarig presets in the future. But I think that's kind of far future. Like, I mean, how like Rigify has presets for different animals and stuff. I wouldn't mind having that as well, but yeah, it's just like if I include those Metarigs in CloudRig, then I'm kind of implying that they are good. And so making the Metarigs is easy, but verifying that they are good, that is kind of hard. So anyways, for now, let's just get started on rigging Mikassa from scratch using all my tools. So let's see. Of course, we'll start by putting some spine bones. And then how many spine bones, you ask? I don't know. Maybe 3? Maybe 4? So I'm pretty sure on production we had... Well, actually, I think we had 4. But I think now I might actually just do 3, because it's a little bit easier. Yeah. And then let's name those something totally not ambiguous, like spine. Or actually, since this is going to end up being a reverse control, I'll call this hips. And then the center one can be spine, and then the last one can be rib cage. Yeah, so I think on production we have an extra bone here that is called chest. And maybe I'll do it again. I don't think it's a super vital bone to have. And it might make the spine rig a bit more finicky in the end. Yeah, I prefer to keep this simple, to be honest. So let's just go with 3. And so to this bone, I'm gonna assign... Oh, so first things first, to mark this armature as a Metarig, I'm gonna enable the CloudRig checkbox, which enables a bunch of other UI, including the CloudRig component selector, and then I can select one of 2 spine rigs that I have. And I think, let's try the squashy spine first, but we'll see if we change our mind. Okay, so we have a spine, and then let's continue that spine into the neck and the head, which are going to be just simple FK chain components. Will they be separate ones? Yes, I think so, because they each are going to have a hinge control. So for that we need to make sure that they have a root bone, and that allows us to make a hinge control. And the hinge control is going to let us sort of not isolate, but like it's going to allow the head to not inherit rotation from the neck, and it's going to allow the neck to not inherit rotation from the spine, which can be handy. You can download CloudRig from the extensions platform, so extensions.blender.org. I think I have it open, yeah. What? Hello. Extensions.blender.org/add-ons/CloudRig. or just, you know, search CloudRig here and get add-on. And then for 4.2, you don't even need to open the website. You can just do it from Blender's UI. And the only other version that this CloudRig is going to work with is 4.1. In which case you can download and install as normal. Okay, so let's rename some bones. This is a neck. This is a head. Let's rename the armature. This is meta-mika. Do you want to type out the whole name? Yeah. Yeah, because it's a one-off object, I'll type out the whole name, even though it's a bit long. And then, yeah, I won't think too hard for now about the pivot points, because, you know, one of the benefits of procedural rigging workflow is that you can change pivot points relatively easily. So I'll just be throwing down some bones. Or what I do kind of also want to do is switch the display type to bendybone. Since in CloudRig the bendybone size determines the widget size, it's good to manage your bendybone sizes early on. So I'll be using this display type pretty much all of the time. And then we have shoulder.l. It doesn't matter if we are symmetrized yet or not, because we can do it whenever we want. So let's just throw down some bones. So this is shoulder. We'll have an upper arm.l, forearm.l, and hand.l. And then let's try to give these reasonable rolls. So for example, for the shoulder, rotating on the x-axis, moving it up and down is probably fine. But we'll see if the rest of the arm agrees with that. So I just align all the bones to that shoulder. Alright, but so for the elbow, I prefer it when the x-axis corresponds to like bending the elbow. So I'm about to change this in a second. So I'll just press Ctrl R, type in 90 on the numpad, and there we go. So now if I do, so I'm on local orientation, individual origins. If I say RX45, it's breaking the elbow, which is not what I want. So I'm gonna rotate those bones by another 180 degrees, so that when I do RX45 on the elbow, then it closes the elbow. That's just kind of my convention, because it's, I think, I don't know. For me, just typing RX45 on the keyboard just feels the most comfortable. So I prefer having the x-axis be that rotation instead of the z-axis, and be the positive instead of the negative, being the one that's closing the elbow, so that you don't have to type in a minus sign every time you want to bend the elbow and stuff. Okay, so that's that logic. And of course this is just like, at the end of the day, it's arbitrary. You can pick your favorite set of rules to make it seem less arbitrary. And so, yeah. And as for placing the elbow joint, well, it could be here, it could be here, or it could be in the middle. Meh. Whatever, we'll see how it deforms, and then we can adjust it. Okay, and then let's start placing some fingers, I guess, might as well. And don't forget your metacarpals, they are super useful. You have them in real life, and you have them for a reason. Okay, let's say we start there, although maybe it's a bit deep. Maybe not. Okay, so I'm gonna call that carpal underscore pinky, or yeah, .l. So I could either call it carpal, or I could just call it pinky1, or even pinky0. I prefer to start numbering in the bone names at 1 though. So yeah, I would go with carpal underscore pinky, or maybe pinky underscore carpal. Yeah, that's better. So that's that, and then we can go with just pinky1.l. and then 2 and 3. This happens by itself. And I'm just very roughly throwing it to places for now, but in a second I will cursor snap everything to some geometry. So let's say, yeah, this edge loop. No, actually let's okay, so actually it turns out the fingers should pivot from like way deep in the knuckles, so maybe something more like this. So I just select some geometry, snap the cursor to that selection, and then I snap the bone to that cursor. And rinse and repeat. Yeah, for the other joints it's much more obvious. I just select the edge loop that is, you know, at the knuckle, and snap to it. And again, let's manage those bendy bone scales, which I kind of just have I guess an intuition for after having used CloudRig for a long time. I wish I could give a preview of the sizes of the widgets that are going to be generated based on the bendy bone size, but that's kind of complicated, so I never bothered. Well, I did try once, but that's when I found out that it is complicated. So anyways, to alleviate the effort required to name bones correctly, what I am going to do here is duplicate this whole finger. Then I'm going to hit Ctrl F2. Never mind. Hello? Ctrl F2. Doesn't work anymore. Then I'm going to search for battery name. I guess it's only bound to Ctrl F2 in some modes, but not in armature edit mode. Okay, whatever. Search for battery name, select bones, find pinky, replace with a ring. Yeah. Apparently I'm choosing not to put the word finger in these bone names, but you could. Oh, also I just realized the numbering this way ends up being kind of dodgy. Damn. Interesting. Okay, in that case, instead of using the CloudRig bone duplicate, which I thought was super cool, because it fixes the name increments, so that when you duplicate a bone, instead of putting .001, it just increments the bone name, which is normally very cool. Like when I was making this pinky bone chain, it was very handy. But now when I try to duplicate it, it's being too clever, and it's still not giving me the .001s, which in this case I actually do want. So that's something that I should keep in mind. But anyways, for now, I'm just gonna search for duplicates. Move. There we go. And so that's running the regular duplicate function instead of the CloudRig version, where everything gets the .001 ending. And now we can do battery name, pinky to ring, boom, and .001 to nothing, boom. And then this chain of bones is now fully named, so ring carpal, ring 1, ring 2, ring 3. Great. And then more cursor snapping shenanigans. Where is this knuckle? Let's say it's here. And then we snap. Hello? Why is this armature so hard to see? Whatever, we'll just enable X-ray. And snap. And snap. And the tip doesn't matter as much, but it's still good to place it properly, so snap. I think I forgot to do the pinky. Which one is... Yeah, let's say this one. Okay, so the bone rolls are going to be a bit messy for now. I think I'll worry about that later. I still need to learn cursor snapping. Yeah, there's not that much to learn about it. It's just Shift S. I do forget if this pie menu is built in or not. Okay, without this pie menu, I don't know how I would get anything done in Blender. But yeah, I have that on Shift S. Let me check if it is built in, because I mean, I'm pretty sure it is built in. I just forget if it's part of the built-in Pie menus add-on, which is not enabled by default, or if it just happens. No, I think it's proper built-in. Like, you just open fresh Blender, press Shift S, and it works. I think. But anyways, yeah. Once you have the muscle memory, you mostly need cursor selected and selection to cursor, and then, you know, a bit of mode switching when you're working with bones, and super fast. And as for your question, Leroy Majors, yeah, we're just gonna repeat this process for all of the fingers, which we would roughly have to do even if we started with the pre-built Metarig, except for we wouldn't need to create the finger bones, but we would still need to snap them. So yeah, that's the ring finger done. Duplicate, which, yeah, normally I can do with Shift D, but in CloudRig I'm overwriting Shift D with the other behavior that I was showing, where the bone name numbering is different. So yeah. Anyways, we just batch rename this from ring to middle, go, and then batch rename again, .001 into nothing, go. There we go. And then, where is this knuckle? Let's say there and here. Wait, what? Absolutely not. Wrong finger. Here. Maybe more like here. That looks a bit better. And then let's tweak these carpals a little bit. Okay. And then snap, 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 snap. Whoa, I just moved everything. Snap and snap. And if you want to avoid accidentally moving everything, which I actually kind of recommend, you can just lock all the transforms of the Metarig. So now if I press G, it doesn't move stuff, or if I right click and drag. I guess it doesn't work anymore, anyways. Okay, next finger. Duplicate. Let me just scale this thing down a bit. Batch rename from middle to index, and then batch rename again from .001 to nothing. Do you have any idea how to calculate the influence of a bendy bone into weights? For example, convert one bendy bone with 3 sub to 3 bones, chain each with its own respective weight. I don't, but I feel like there is an add-on out there that does that. Because I think game developers need that stuff, maybe. Hello to you too, and thank you for the kind words. But yeah, I've never had to split up the influences of a bendy bone into real bones, but I could swear I saw some tool or script like that on the interwebs at some point. Well, I'm sorry, I can't be more useful than that. Okay, this bone layout looks a little janky, like maybe this joint in particular looks really not centered on the knuckle. Why might that be? And this feels a bit more central, maybe. Yeah, it looks a bit better. Okay, now let's do the thumb. For the thumb, I usually just do 3 bones. So like I just skip the carpal basically. Oh, and I should have used this duplicate operator. Is this regular rigging or bendy bones rigging? CloudRig is going to generate bendy bones for us for these fingers, but they are gonna be sharp between each bone, unless you, as like the animator or the person posing the rig, if you introduce bendiness manually, then you have the option to do so. Okay, let's say a joint goes there, a joint goes on this knuckle topology, and the tip of this bone can go on this UV seam edge. There we go. Now let's figure out the bone rolls roughly. So we kind of want to align it with the mesh. That's the most obvious way, but that often doesn't result in a good fist shape when you just rotate everything on the x-axis. But this is a good start. Something like that. Her thumb is not curled by default, which is fine, but the bones are a bit more zigzaggy than the mesh, so I'm thinking of moving this a bit down. It doesn't make a whole lot of difference though. Yeah. Hands and feet are really hard. Too many tiny bendy things in one area, you can get lost easy. I mean, I don't know. I'm used to being like very close and tight with geometry, and like having the camera clipping distance be super low and my field of view being like 180 degrees. Yeah, I don't know. I agree, like sculpting a nice clean fist shape is a little bit difficult when you're trying to sculpt each finger, but if you use masking, I think it's manageable. You just have to actively manage it, the visibilities of the different parts of the mesh and stuff. But we don't even have to do that here because we're just slapping some bones down. So just like with the elbow, I want the x-axis to be the primary rotation axis of these fingers. And so I know whatever is pointing to the side is what I will be rotating along. So because I want the x-axis to be my main rotation, that means I want the x-axis to point to the side. However, if this is going to be positive or negative, I have no idea. I only ever know that by checking it. So I just do RXX 45 and that's good. Yeah. So there we go. We have a hand and an arm. If we want, we can already symmetrize this, but it makes no difference. Whoops. Symmetrize. Or not. Oh, I didn't select everything. What? Is this not working? Why is this not working? That's odd. Oh, because it's hidden? Oh, I was symmetrizing it hidden. Oh, interesting. Maybe it's time to take some notes. Symmetrize works funny with bones that are hidden in edit mode. And shifty behavior gets in the way when duplicating finger bones and wanting to batch rename them. Okay, so let's say these bones are now placed. Let's also throw down some... Actually, sorry, wait. We didn't assign rig types to these yet, and we want to do that. So this thumb is going to be an FK chain, and I'm going to copy that over to all of the fingers via CloudRig copy component. I don't think they need any additional settings, maybe though. So they should have a tip control, they don't need hinge. Sharp sections should be on, I guess. Yeah, so I'm gonna hold Alt here when I click this to apply it to all of them. And I think that's about it. Oh, no, there's something else. I want to organize them to a bone collection called... Well, okay, maybe let's just generate this rig so we get our default bone collections, and then we'll go from there. Huh. Apparently we have a bone name whose name ends in .001, which is illegal. What have I done? Oh, right, the thumb. I forgot to rename the thumb. Oops. Whoopsie doopsie. This is why I prefer to symmetrize later, because I know I'm gonna mess stuff up anyways, and I just do it at the end. So let's fix those thumb names. Batcher name. Find and replace index with thumb. And batcher name replace .001 with nothing. Great. And then yeah, let's assign the settings that we want. Well, actually, let's just generate this. Yeah, I think for now we're just gonna ignore the result. We just wanted to generate a rig so that we get our bone collections and we can start organizing them. So I'm gonna create a collection called rigging, which is gonna contain our deform bones, our mechanism bones, our original bones. Whoops. Whoa. There we go. I really like CloudRig's workflow. Thank you. Yeah, I think there are still a lot of ways to improve, but yeah, I've been making a lot of changes recently. That's why, you know, some things are still need to be tested, and that's another benefit of doing this live stream, that I get to test some of my latest feature ideas and find issues, which we've already found a bunch of them. So I'm gonna probably fix all of those soon, maybe tomorrow before lunch. Okay. So organizing stuff. Right, so I want to manually create some collections for fingers. So I'm gonna say fingers FK. Or actually, let's have a top level like fingers overall, and then inside of that we will have fingers FK. Come on. And fingers stretch. What? And then I select all of my fingers, go on bone organization, and instead of FK controls, I select fingers FK. And I was holding Alt while I did that. Let's see if that worked. Yes, it did. Cool. And then same idea for stretch. Instead of default stretch controls collection, I select finger stretch. Again, while I did these clicks while I was holding the Alt key, so that affected all of them, hopefully. Yep. Cool. The carpal bones, I think maybe I should have done this already. It would have saved me a few clicks. But I also want this to be FK controls. Yeah, and I think I'm gonna have them on the same collection. I'm not gonna make a separate carpals collection. So another way that I can do things kind of at once, instead of holding Alt, if I forget to select the things that I want, I can just select them, select the one that I actually did set up correctly already last, and then do CloudRig copy component. There we go. And I wonder if for this one I should also do sharp sections, because this is now a separate, and I think I don't want tip control for these ones. I'm not even sure if I want this to be a separate rig component. Maybe I don't. Yeah, I don't think there's a benefit to having this be a separate component. Oh, no, I remember why I had this intuition. Because if I wanted IK fingers, then the carpals would not be included in that. Do I want IK fingers though? For this production we did not use IK fingers, but I think for the fun of it we should do it. So if I go for finger chain, including the thumb, I'll just copy those. So there you go. So now once I generate this, I mean, I guess I can just do it. Ignore all the rig helper stuff. So now these guys should have an IK setup. And I forget how that IK setup gets enabled. Aha, there's many sliders, which is fine, I guess. So if I enable all these things, then we have IK fingers, which you can't really tell because it's not deforming the mesh yet. But if I show the deform bones only and hide the originals and the mechanism bones, there you go, we have IK fingers. It's just kind of a shame that they clutter the UI a lot. I think it might be a nice improvement to have these hooked up to controls instead, which I'm pretty sure is how it used to be at some point in the past, so maybe there's an option for it. I don't think there is. Yeah, whatever. So yeah, we'll have IK fingers, but that also means that the IK fingers should have a collection, so let's do that. So I'm gonna add this on the Metarig, importantly. Fingers IK. I prefer to have that above the FK. And then select all of these guys again. Go to bone organization, IK controls, fingers IK. I'm not sure what IK extra controls is here, but let's find out. Or not, because it's actually not being used. Because it's not getting created. Which kind of means that this shouldn't even show up in this list. Because this list should only include bone sets that are actually used. And I assume this is maybe used for like the root control or something. We can check on that. Not on stream, but later I think. Finger rig shows IK extra controls on set, even though it doesn't seem to be used by anything. Okay. Can this be used for rigging 3D VTubers? Probably. But I wouldn't be surprised if there's a more streamlined workflow for that specific task, since it's such like a popular and specific thing. But yeah. One stream, 800 new open tickets. Yeah, pretty much. That's how it goes when I work on my tools a lot. I make a lot of cool things, but they are obviously gonna be broken at first, and then you just gotta fix them. Okay, so we have IK fingers, we have all the bone organization stuff set up. Some of these carpal pivot points are maybe a little bit questionable, but nah, I think it's fine. Meh. Slight nudges, it's not gonna make a big difference, whatever. So let's say I'm happy with that. The arm still doesn't have a rig applied, I mean a rig component applied, so we're gonna do, what is this, limb. Generic limb. I think the default collections for this is probably fine. That we are gonna in the future populate the parent switching if we don't forget, once we have the whole rig. Although I guess just the spine is kind of enough to do it. Yeah, maybe I'll do it in a second. Okay, we want a tip control, we want stretch segments 2, which is gonna create like an in-between stretch control for us, which I think is nice. Although again, I think for this production we didn't really use that, but for a cartoony design you would, which this isn't, I know. But oh well. Will this be a new add-on? Also, do you think this would work well with quadrupeds or some different bipeds like dinosaurs? It's not new. CloudRig, it's already out there. Just testing like some new things and some old things, and running into some minor issues here and there. But yeah, you can already download CloudRig. You can just Google it. It's on the new extensions platform. And as for quadrupeds, so the thing is, most quadrupeds, like leg mechanism is a little bit different from humans. But you could try, and I do want to add in the future support for animal legs as well, but I don't know when. I'm getting into Blender and I love claymation. I'm trying to make a character that can have its limbs stretch and morph into shapes. I've used key mesh add-on in the past. Morph into shapes. Yeah, that sounds pretty hard to do. Yeah, like if you're in the design space where you're even considering key mesh, that's usually challenging designs. Okay, so where were we? Does the shoulder have a component? No. So I still have the good old shoulder bone component, which is just a regular FK chain with a different widget, which is a bit lame, but it works. Okay, do I want to symmetrize this now? It doesn't really matter. I think I won't do it yet. Instead, let's try to place a leg chain. So let's see. Let's spawn a fresh bone, scale it, rotate it, etc. I'm gonna call this thigh.l. Simple as that. And then extrude it down to roughly the ankle. Name that obviously knee.l. And then let me see if I do RX45, that bends the way that a human knee would bend, so I'm happy with those axes. And then let's do a foot, call it foot.l, and then the toes. And we'll adjust the bone positions in a second. Okay. And we're probably not going to have separate bones for the toes on this live stream. I think in the production we did have that, since she's swimming in the water. So in case the toes are in frame, you can sell it a bit better if you can actually move them individually. But I think spending time on that on the stream would not be very interesting. Okay, now the thing is, this bone chain we want to keep straight as much as possible, because that's going to give us more predictable IQ behavior, where like the legs don't spread out or collapse when she raises her foot up. Yeah, and this joint we want to nudge a little bit forward, but I think we kind of did that already. Like there's already a bit of a curvature here, but we can test that in just a second. Okay, the foot, we have a bit more freedom, so this doesn't matter that much, I think. Yeah, because the foot roll should still work even if that part is not super straight. Okay, and as for placing this thigh joint, it's always a bit tricky. It's like always higher than you would expect. Yeah, I'm just gonna roll with that. We'll say that the first instinct is the best instinct. Don't we kind of walk off our index toe? I don't know about that. Where do you activate the view pie menu and parent pie menu? Let's see. So the view pie menu, I think, it's a great question. I think this is semi-built-in. I think this is from the pie menu built-in add-on, isn't it? Oh, is it not? Damn. I never know where my pie menus come from. But I don't think it's from this, is it? So this is the community pie menu add-on. No, it's not. It's not here. Isn't it built-in default thing? Let me save this file. And if I just do load factory settings, yeah, the view pie menu is just on the grave key in factory blender. So that's that, and then now I have to restart Blender to get my preferences back. That's the view pie menu. It's just the grave key, the key above tab, and the parenting pie. If you mean this one, I don't remember using this one, but or recently, not that you're asking. But this is a CloudRig pie menu, which also used to have a lot of weird quirks and bugs when I first implemented it. But now I think I fixed them all. So these things actually do what they say they do. Okay, let's see. Is this knee actually a knee? Let me select the thing. Okay. It's maybe a little bit low. Meh. Little nudge. Nah. Okay. If I do nudge things, I need to make sure to do it along the normal to keep the bones straight. It's a little bit biased towards the screen left, so maybe I rotated the chain a bit too much. Meh. Let's say something like that. Okay, and let's assign a component type to this, which would be the leg, biped leg. And then for the heel pivot, oh, I didn't create a bone yet, so I'm just gonna put the cursor here, create a bone, make it tiny. And I just call that heel pivot.l. I believe this one doesn't need any component type assigned. We just need to specify it to this guy as the heel pivot. Okay. Oh, and then we need to parent some things. So yeah, this thigh needs to be parented to the hips. And well, I guess that's about it. No, because these fingers need to be parented to the hand. Okay. Now let's symmetrize and see what we get. I mean, I can kind of tell that the spine bones are going to be too thin, probably. But let's generate the rig. Okay, we have a rig. Let me hide the axes. Okay, the elbow is bending kind of straight. Oh, very straight actually. So it's not going like up or down or up when bending it, so that's good. Great success. The legs are also staying straight, pointing forward when bending, which is very good. I'm trying to get better at rigging things. Is there any tips / good rigging practices you can suggest to make my rigs better? I mean, lots and lots. I don't even know where to start. Tips, practices. I don't know. Use my tools. Organize your bones nicely. If you aren't aware of the fact that soft IK helps eliminate popping, look into soft IK, which is actually, I think, not built into CloudRig yet, but it's like very easy to set up. If I actually had the mechanism bones here. Boom. So if you have your IK bone, which is your bone with the IK constraint, and you enable Damn it, where is it? Ah, I have it disabled. Now this quick tip turned into a long explanation, I'm sorry. So I have some UI clutter disabled using the community pie menu add-on. At least I think that's why it's not showing up here. Oh yeah, look, hide rigging panels. So in the inverse kinematics panel, you can enable IK stretch, just set it to an incredibly low number that's greater than 0. And you would do that on the parent of that IK bone as well. And then I'm not sure if this is gonna work now because CloudRig setup is a bit janky. Yeah. So it's it reduces IK popping, which is nice. Except it also kind of allows bones to scale uniformly, but you can fix that with like a limit scale constraint. So yeah. That's something I want to add an option for in CloudRig, because CloudRig has its own IK stretching mechanism, but it's not that one. And because the downside of this soft IK stuff is that it kind of changes your character's proportions, even when it's not stretching, like just like this. So that's kind of weird. You see? Like it changed the shape, in fact the size of the hands. The arms. See? So that's the price you have to pay. Which is why I was kind of reluctant to implement it in CloudRig a long time ago. But now I've come around on it. Is CloudRig a new incarnation of Rigify? I guess, I don't know. Yeah. Yes, but not. So I didn't create Rigify, so in that sense, no. Like, it's not a continuation of Rigify, but it is definitely my take on Rigify. Absolutely, yeah. I'm sorry, she lost her clothes. Okay, where were we? We have a rig. Let me hide some stuff to make it less messy. We have a rig. So what we could do next, if we are kind of happy with this rig, is automatic weights, of course, and then we clean up from there. But first, let's make the head controls a little bit bigger. And these root bones, they're going on FK secondary, that's fine, I guess. Well, so the finger rigs have a root bone, which is fine, but they're kind of rarely used, so I would prefer to hide them to some other collection. And FK secondary might be fine for that, because that is like pretty much exactly for that. But do I want a separate collection for the finger-specific FK secondary controls? As in, that's pretty much just the FK roots. I could even just rename this to FK roots, to be honest. I think I won't bother. I'll just have this hidden. And I think I should parent this to the FK controls, like that. Yeah, that's fine with me. Same can go for IK secondary. Parent it, hide it. There you go, now the rig is a little bit less of a mess. I think the hand controls could be a little bit bigger. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Finger IK should also definitely be hidden by default. Something is... Oh, this is finger stretch, which should also be hidden by default, yes. Okay. And yeah, the spine bones are too small, which I expected. Still too small. It's getting there. Okay, and this hip bone is very low, which I think I usually fix with a tweak bone. So I think I'm gonna just do the same today. So I need the name of this bone, which is hip hips. Great name. And then I'm gonna, let's say okay, which way is that bone oriented again? It's facing upwards. And its x-axis is pointing to the left. So I'm gonna create a bone just like that. Facing up, x pointing left, name hip hips. And then I'm gonna assign just bone tweak component type to replace the transforms of that bone. And let's see if that works. I think I'll also parent this to this, because I need this rig component. I need the spine to generate first, and then the bone tweak component can generate and move that hip bone for me. There you go. So now it's a little bit higher. I'm probably gonna move it even higher, but we'll see. Could you briefly describe what motivated you to create CloudRig, or what the main differences between that and Rigify? So CloudRig originally started out as a feature set for Rigify. So Rigify can have its own extensions, and so I made one, and that was CloudRig up until recently, until like 3.6. But those Rigify extensions or Rigify feature sets are not like fully fledged add-ons. So if you try to make your own UI or your own operators or whatever, you kind of have to work within Rigify's UI and Rigify's framework. And I was more and more feeling that I wanted to add a lot of stuff, and I wanted to do a lot of things differently. Like the way the bone organization system of CloudRig works is totally different from Rigify. And a lot of other stuff. I wanted to implement the action system, which now Rigify also has. But yeah, I didn't have it until CloudRig did. All the million pie menus that I've recently added to CloudRig, and like hotkeys and like add-on preferences, and like you can edit the hotkeys. You can have a different custom bone color presets. So yeah, lots of features. But Rigify still has a nice set of presets and better support for animals and that kind of stuff. But I want to catch up on that as well one day. I'm almost done with my donut from Blender Guru. Hell yeah, dude. Keep up the good work. Okay, hey, what's going on here? Why is this arm doing crazy stuff? Whoa, that's bad. What? What? This bone is inheriting some scale. What? From what? From the spine. It's parented to the spine instead of the upper arm. That only partially answers my question. Well, fixing the parenting fixed the issue. Well, I forgot to make it symmetrical, it seems. But I'm still kind of surprised that that was happening in the first place. So if this is parented to the wrong bone, then it gets squashed like that. What? Is this bone being squashed? Not really. Oh, but it is. It's being skewed. Huh. Whoa. Oh. Oh. Okay, so because I've moved the hip bone, there is something strange happening here. That's weird, because I thought I was free to move this bone wherever I wanted. Yeah, like this. So what if I move this to an arbitrary place and then generate? And everything is broken. Well, well, well. That's problematic. Okay, I actually want to look into this. What are these FKO bones? I literally do not remember implementing them. We offset each FK bone to its center point and create a child helper at the original position. Furthermore, we parent each FK control to the previous FK control's child helper. So this is only for the squashy spine, which is what I decided to use here. Interesting. So I guess I would have to adjust both of them. What is this parented to? To the FK bone. Okay, for now, as a temporary solution, I can either try the other spine rig, which is not squashy, which is I think actually the one that we used for the production. The regular IKFK spine. Or not tweak the thing. I do want to tweak the thing. I do want to tweak the position of the hip control. Okay, with this one it seems to work fine. Okay, do I note that down? Is there a bug? Maybe it's not a bug. I'm not sure. We need better songs though. That's the real problem. Finally, we are ready to problem solve. Except I don't think we will. I think I'm just gonna note down that this is slightly broken. And we'll move on. Trying to adjust the hip pivot point of the squashy spine rig doesn't work properly. Okay, we need to remember to parent these shoulders back to the chest. But other than that, we have a spine. Great. I watched your previous live stream on snow and you did a great job deforming the mesh without using a corrective modifier. How did you do that? Without a corrective modifier, my mesh deforms badly. Probably, it could be two things. If I wasn't using corrective smooth, it's just weights, bendy bones, you know, just actual like the armature deformation itself. Or if it's not that, then it might have been that I was using corrective shape keys, which I tend to do with my pose shape keys add-on, because that lets me change the weights after I've changed the shape key, or after I've altered the shape key while preserving the resulting shape. But also, I do sometimes use the corrective smooth modifier still, because in small amounts I think it can be very nice. Especially for something like cleaning up finger deformations when you're like on a time restriction, then it's pretty great. Because, you know, it's not just about how good of a result you can get, but often it also matters how fast you can do it. At least, you know, when you're like rigging for real world stuff. So yeah, this shoulder bone was twisted, and I think that's because I need to align it with the upper arm, which is fine. It just means then that is the z-axis that makes it go up and down, and that in the rig settings we need to change this widget direction from +z to -x, and this one to +x, so that they keep pointing up. Yeah, that's a bit better. So yeah, TLDR, if your mesh deforms badly without correctly smooth, it's probably just a matter of better weights. And like weight painting can be kind of annoying to learn, but I think it's actually kind of good nowadays. I need to separate this shoulder bone, and I'm going to do that by enabling the tip control setting so that now it has a separate end stretch bone from this guy. Okay. So I think it's time to deform the character and avert your eyes because I'm gonna hide all the clothes. So we just have the base mesh, and at the end we are gonna transfer the weights from the base mesh to the clothes. But let's see what happens when we just, you know, push the button. Automatic weights, boom. Let's hope it doesn't freeze for half an hour this time. There we go. Is Mikassa going to be available at Blender Studio website? Yes. The production version of Mikassa, definitely. This version of Mikassa that I do on the live stream, that's going to depend on how it turns out. I think it would be nice. I would be pretty glad if the live stream rigged version of Mikassa turned out well, because the production version of Mikassa is really messy because it has like the shard setup, which I know, I'm sure you guys think it looks cool and everything, but it's a big mess in terms of just hundreds of objects being there, and it's a lot of collections, it's a lot of helpers, it's a lot of helpers for the shading as well. So yeah, that stuff would be, I think, kind of hard to work with for people. So yeah, but that version is definitely going to be released to Blender Studio supporters once the film demo showreel is out. And this version of Mikassa, we'll see. I'll try my best. But so there's a world where there's two versions of Mikassa out there. We'll see. Okay, so you know, things are deforming, and kind of as you would expect from automatic weights, like the thighs are deforming all the way up to the shoulders and stuff. Oh, the spine is set to FK, which is fine. Okay, I mean it's rough, but it's what we expect at this point. And I think, yeah, the next step can be to just start cleaning up some weights. We want to make sure that symmetry is working. This mesh is symmetrical, so symmetry should work pretty fine. But let's see if that is true. So I subtract some weights from here. I check the other side. Yep, symmetry is working good. Thank God for that. You don't want to work with a mesh where symmetry is kind of half broken. Okay, yeah, let's just start subtracting some weights. So the thing is, the automatic weights algorithm was written in a time before bendy bones, I'm pretty sure. For bendy bones, it's good to have kind of strict weights, because the smoothness is coming not from the smoothness of the weights, but it's coming from the smoothness of the bone itself, if that makes any sense. So like, for example, when I have these harsh weights here in the center, that's fine, because those harsh weights are actually getting split up between the many segments of the bendy bone. The edges of bendy bones, where two bendy bones meet, is still kind of tricky, and they can be smoothed a little bit, but it tends to work pretty well with harsh weights. And the thighs are, of course, just difficult, so I'm just kind of doing a rough cleanup for now, and then we'll keep iterating on it over time. Oops. And of course I could also be checking how things deform already. You know what, maybe I will do that for the sake of like doing things properly. And a nice way of doing that, if it still works, this feature I haven't tested in a very long time, so I will not be surprised if it's broken, but in CloudRig, you can just tick this generate action checkbox and then hit generate, and okay, it didn't fail, good start. And then in the action editor, you are supposed to get an action. Maybe it fails to initialize, but if I create it myself, maybe it will work? No. Then maybe all the FK chain components no longer have the test animation enabled by default, which it probably should be. But anyways, I'm just gonna select all my stuff and alt-click on test animation. So this category of settings appeared only when I enabled this. So when I disable it, that is gone. And so now if I generate the rig, woohoo, it generates a nice action with all the keyframes in the world to bend stuff. Whee! Just like that. Although, yeah, I just realized that since these fingers are... Oh wait, no, but they're not the generic FK chain, they are actually a finger chain. So did I implement a specific... Whoops, no. Well, that's the carpals, wait. So when the keyframes get to the actual fingers, do they limit themselves to reasonable? Nope. Damn it. I can add that to the list as well. It's kind of low priority, but... Generate test action for finger rig could have more reasonable defaults. Except it probably can't have different defaults from where it's inheriting stuff from. But anyways, I could just go and fix this here on the Metarig. So for each rig component, we have options to generate rotations for different axes and by different amounts. So for the fingers, and I guess the thumb as well, I'm just gonna have them all selected on both sides. And I just alt-click to disable Y and Z rotation and to change the rotation range to just 0 to 90. Okay, I need to hold Alt while doing this. There we go. So that's that, and then we'll do some similar stuff for some other parts. So for the arms, we do want all 3 axes, but not this extreme. I think just 90 would probably be enough. Minus 90 to plus 90. Yeah, that should be fine. For the shoulders, maybe I won't bother. Nah. Maybe a little bit, but I think we don't want the y-axis on them. No, we don't. We can have like x and z, like plus minus 30, I guess. You could note that down as well. Shoulder rig could be only x and z plus minus 30 by default. Do you prefer using heat painting or voxel paint? Well, voxel paint doesn't exist in Blender, so heat... None of that. I don't know what heat painting is. You mean weight painting? Yeah, I'm weight painting. Hey Demeter, please add more layers to select bone, not just IK. More layers to select... What? Please add more layers to select bone, not just IK, and put all IK bones on at least, but IK legs and IK arms and so on. I'm talking about Rig UI. I can't quite understand what you mean, but I do want to later organize things into smaller bone collections and add drivers so that IK and FK bones are only visible when they're actually in use. So if that's the kind of stuff that you mean, then yeah, I'll do that later, I think. Okay, but for now, let's figure out this test animation stuff. Head, X, Y, Z, all 3. I think we'll just go with like, I don't know, minus 80 plus 80, let's say. Neck, a much smaller range, like minus 30 plus 30. The spine can be all 3 axes, minus 90, plus 90. The thighs can go pretty extreme, but maybe not this extreme. Just minus plus 90 is fine, I think. Oh, but it's gonna... yeah, no, this should be fine. Okay, so now let's generate this. And hopefully, now it's still deforming stuff in a kind of useful way. Okay, wait, the carpals. I forgot about the carpals. Those guys should also just be, I think, the z-axis. Yeah, like z-axis, like plus minus, I don't know, not much. Like minus 10, plus 10. But at that point it's kind of pointless. Nah, it's not fully pointless, I guess. Let's go for it. Which axis did I enable? Z. Oh, but not on all of them. Wait. What am I doing? So X off, Y off, Z on. Minus 10, plus 10. Okay, do I have to hold Alt when I release, actually? I think so. Yeah. Oops. Today I learned something. I was only holding Alt when I was pressing... when I was clicking into these fields instead of when I was releasing, when I was pressing Enter. Turns out you need to hold Alt when you press Enter for it to affect all the selected bones instead of just the active one. Why is it wiggling it on the Y-axis? What are you doing, mate? Huh? Am I crazy? I don't get it. Something is wrong with this. But then the fingers are correct. It's like the Y and Z axis mixed up somewhere in the code. I swear it is. Whoa. Oh, the thumb bones are facing the wrong way. Oops. Let's fix that then. That's a bit better. Okay. Let's see what the legs are doing. Whoa. Well, that one we can ignore, I guess. But other than that... Ouch. Yeah, you see, I could have sworn I used to have code for the leg rig to not generate those weird keyframes. But anyways, this is a start. I don't know if I want to clean this animation up or just ignore the weird poses that it generated. Like this one and many others. Oh, maybe it's based on like if I lock the axes. Oh god, everything is on quotidian. So if I lock Y and Z and I generate again, will it still do this? Yep. Sad. Animation generation code also ignores axis locks, by the way. Is this a free add-on? Yes. Yes, I'm using CloudRig, which is a free add-on you can download from the extensions platform right here. Extensions at blender.org. Search for CloudRig. Okay, so I was just about to weight paint. So let's see. I'm not sure if this generated animation will help me that much. Maybe. And it's not like I'm trying to get perfect weights already. Just something that is, you know, a little bit usable. Whoa. And like not a disaster. That would be ideal. So when I blur this, the weights like this, then why is it creating a crater over there? That's a bit unsettling. Weird. Oh. So, you know, I'm just adding and subtracting weights and blurring them while looking at the poses, and just kind of seeing what is deforming very, very poorly. And yeah, there you go, these thighs are getting a little bit more acceptable. It's just the tricky thing is you never know if like improving one pose has damaged another pose. Like this kind of just did, I think. Maybe not. I might be going a bit overly detailed here, but... So I do want to transfer these weights to the clothes, and that's where the deformation is really going to matter. So maybe I shouldn't be spending so much time on this, because I'm gonna kind of have to repeat this work on the clothes again anyways. In your old Rig's UI menu, there is only one layer for all IK controls and one layer for all FK controls, so it's really hard if animator wants to use leg as IK and arms as FK, and then you have to go through. Yeah, I know, yeah. Yeah, I'm planning to address that, yeah. Oh. That looks not ideal. I mean, yeah, like I was saying, it's kind of hard to make every axis look, of rotation look good is tough with nothing but weights, but we can just prioritize. I mean, we don't need the twist to look that good. It's definitely more important for the forward and the sideways to look good, and the like bending the thighs backwards also like not that important. Oh my god, it looks horrifying. But yeah, I mean, obviously like 90 degrees is a bit too extreme. And also keep in mind, we aren't really trying to weight paint a body here. We are trying to imagine what this will work like once these weights are transferred over to some clothes, because that's what we're about to do. What? Oh, right. And this is when some people might suggest to enable preserve volume, but I find it causes more problems than it solves, often. Weight painting is painful. I mean, yeah, a little bit. But I have a lot of tools to make it kind of easier. Okay, let's take a look at these ankles. Whoa, oh, I'm painting on the one in the back. That's not ideal. Was it happening at the waist as well? Yep. Ah, that's why it's so bad. Aha. See? Skill issue. It's all about just getting good. And yeah, you know, I've been doing this for like 10 years and I still fall for this stuff, but you know, definitely I am the problem. So maybe I should disable paint through mesh and make the fall of shape a sphere. And let's try this waist area again. Maybe we can make it a lot better actually. Well, a lot better, may have been a bit overambitious. I feel like the pivot point of the thigh bones might be horribly wrong. Yeah, I think they're too high. Totally. Yeah, I think if you move these down to like here. Then we are going to be happier, a lot happier, I think. Of course, now we need to tweak the weights according to those changes. Which I think will mean putting more weights on the hip bone. Let's see. Is that better? Isn't weight painting just meditative, guys? It's not painful, it's meditative. It's like some people play Stardew Valley and Animal Crossing. I do weight painting. Who needs Power Wash Simulator when you can power wash these weights? But actually this is kind of looking a lot better than before, I would argue. Even this, I mean, up to a certain point, obviously. This is a bit bad. Okay. It doesn't have to be perfect. We'll fix it with shape keys at the end of the day. What add-on do you use to weight paint? Is it also CloudRig? No, it's another one of my add-ons though. It's called Easy Weight, which is also available here. It's all in the description actually, all my add-ons. All the 3 add-ons that I'm going to use during this live stream are in the description, which is CloudRig, Post Shape Keys, and Easy Weight. Yeah, so this is the pie menu that you've seen me use. It's on W in Easy Weight, and then I have some operators for cleaning stuff up. That's about it. But that pie menu is pretty good. Wait, what's going on here? Some weights are invading the opposite side. That's it, that's better. Okay, let's get off her crotch and move on to the spine, maybe? Come on, where is it? Here. Now, of course, this spine is designed so that all the bones can kind of work together, which is not what is being tested by this animation at all. So if this looks bad, that's fine. It just needs to look as good as possible, because the better these unreasonable extremes look, the better the average poses will look as well. Oh, but why is this bending in such a weird way? Wait, this is wrong. What? Something is wrong here. What? This FK bone should be at the midpoint of this deform bone. Is it? No, this is not the midpoint of the freaking deform bone at all. What's going on here? Am I crazy? This FK board should be over there. What? That's upsetting. I think it's time to look at the code. Because that FK bone should not be there. Let's see. Make FK chain. They have control. Shift FK controls to their center. Yeah. What if I remove that part? Then they are at their center. Well. Okay. Something is horribly wrong. Wait, this is the leg. I need the spine. Position along bone. Whether the position of each FK control should be at the deform bone's head or tail. Increasing this above 0 also means org bones won't be constrained to FK bones and STR bones get parented to FK bones directly. Oh my god, my tooltips are confusing. There's an add-on that gives another option of weight painting. I would like to know if you tried a voxel base weight painting. I think it should be also by default in Blender. Oh yeah, I think I've seen that. Yeah, it's like a different automatic weights algorithm. Yeah, it looks so much better than what's in Blender. Yeah, I agree. I haven't tried it, but I saw the visualization of how it works. Of like it turns your mesh into voxels and then it just from there, like assigning automatic weights becomes super easy. And then it transfers the weights back from the voxels to the real mesh. Yeah, that just sounds like such an obvious way to do it. So yeah, it probably should be in Blender. Thanks for your easy weight add-on. I actually enjoy weight painting. Really? I'm glad. Yeah, see? I told you, it's kind of meditative. Okay, so the only problem that I have here with this rig, I think, is that I seem to have implemented this position along bone property at some point in time. And then I still have this code to do the same thing in a less generic way. So now I'm tempted to just remove this. It's just kind of strange that I haven't noticed this already. Because like this is kind of bad. I would have expected that when I implemented this slider, I should have removed this code. So where is that even implemented? Position along bone. It's implemented in FK chain. And then most rig types set it to 0. And yeah, this rig type could just leave it at 0.5 and be fine. So yeah, I'm just gonna call that fixed. Let's see how the animation is looking now. Much better. Yeah, so the way this spine works, if it's not clear already, is that each bone that I create in the Metarig becomes a bendy bone. That much is clear. But then the interesting part is that the tip of each bendy bone is rotated not from the base of the bendy bone, but from the center of the bendy bone, which, as you can see, works really well. The only downside of this is that it loses length. Like this bone is becoming shorter as it's being bent. And I don't care, basically. You can correct for it if you want. As in, like, you can probably like come up with some constraints, like transformation constraints or whatever, if you want to get rid of that, but I found it so minor that it doesn't really matter. I mean, yes, when you rotate one bone by 90 degrees, then it's extreme, but you wouldn't do that. You would only rotate one by like this much, and then you would rotate the next one, and so on. Wait, where is the next one? Oh, wait, what? Wait, this is the next one? Well, that's a bit weird. Let me enable the IK spline for a second. I mean, it's not too bad. I just thought it was better. For now, I will not worry about it. Okay. Yeah, so cleaning up those deformations, let's see. Okay, yeah, the chest also, yeah, it wouldn't be rotating that much, of course, but whatever. This is very goofy looking, but maybe I'm better off just wiggling it manually like this. And that actually kind of does reveal that the weights are not quite what they should be, I think. Like, that looks like it could look better. Yeah, this is... Oh, yeah, because a lot of the weights are being taken by the shoulders. The clavicles, I guess. Which I think is maybe not what I want. Why can I not subtract weights right now? Hello? Wait, I'm throwing gradients? I am. No, I have friggin' the lazy cursor thing on? What? Stabilized stroke? What? How did that get turned on? I don't have a shortcut for that. I don't have a pie menu for that. I just accidentally clicked that somehow. I have no idea. That was weird. This song is growing on me, I'm not gonna lie. It's pretty goofy, just like our deformations. Let's get his hair out of the way. Okay, I think we improved this. Well, let's see how the shoulders look, I guess. Still a little bit more than what I prefer to have on shoulder weights. So let me cut away a little more. something like that. This upper area also looks a little bit too harsh. But maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's fine as it is. Let's blur it a little bit, tiny bit, just like that. Is that better? Maybe. Okay, wait, I should clean up the head first here. Whoops. Then the influence of this neck is also going a little bit far down, I think. Oh yeah, oh big time. Not just a little bit. So let's remove most of that stuff. So, by the way, I'm just holding Control click here to subtract and Shift click to blur. That's why I don't really need to change tools. I just subtract, blur, and add. Okay, so now that the head and the neck weights are a little bit more reasonable, let's try to fix the surrounding stuff as well again, even though that kind of looked good before, but let's chalk that up as a coincidence. Okay, yeah, I'm happy with that, let's say. I mean, wait. Right, it's the neck twisting, which is not really something you would do with the rig, because when you twist the head... Oh! Then it's not doing what I thought it would, because the neck needs to not have a tip control. There we go. So when you twist the head, the bendy bone of the neck twists, which is kind of perfect. Although it's kind of not as good as it usually is. The bottom of the neck is still shifting so much. Oh. Well... I guess I can try to give some of its weights to the chest bone, but it's a bit odd. I mean, it's not a hyper-realistic muscle simulation, but it's better than it was with automatic weights, so that's good. Sorry about the finger cracking, I'm hoping it gets noise suppressed. I like to crack my fingers. Okay, the upper arm weights are going crazy. What is going on here? I think we're gonna let the shoulder keep some of this geometry as well. That should be better. Maybe? No, we're spaghettifying here, big time. A very big time. It's also affecting the back a little bit, which it shouldn't be doing, I think. But hey, I actually kind of don't regret putting in the time to make the test animation. It's kind of helping. Wait, why doesn't the chest have some weights on the R pin? I think that might help a lot. Maybe? Man. Weight painting hard. Is this better than it was before? Oh god, I don't know. Looks pretty bad. I'm going back and forth here a lot, which is not a good sign. Okay, maybe we just try to use a smooth operator here. Let's see what that gives us. Smooth vertex weights of the deform pose bones by a factor of 1 times 3, 2, 1. That's maybe better than what I was achieving. Do it again. I don't hate that. Yeah, I guess sometimes when the blur brush doesn't quite get me what I want, then the smooth vertex weights operator is there to save the day. Sometimes. I think maybe now I'll set as a goal for today to just kind of roughly finish these weights, transfer them to the clothes, maybe clean up the clothes a little bit, and then call it a day. And then we can say that we've achieved something today. Let's see when the... Well, actually, I didn't look at the elbow yet. I mean, this looks rough, but we would fix this with a shape key further. I think fixing this all with weights is tricky, but it's fine. Although, I wonder if my pivot point isn't too far out. Oh, of course it is. Yeah, the pivot point is a nightmare. What am I doing? Aw, dude. Of course it wasn't looking good. Like, look at where this thing is. She's got shoulders for days. Oh, man. Should be like here. Maybe even that is too far out. No. No, that might be reasonable. Oh my god, our pivot point was like half a meter off. At least I'm pretty sure that's why I was having a hard time. Okay, let's try this then. Oh, I did one. Okay. Let's see. This bone, and this bone. These are our players. Yeah, and so now I'm thinking maybe I can allow the upper arm bone to have a bit more influence without it looking weird. Maybe. Yeah. Yeah, I think that looks better. Why don't you try painting with some specific weight value? It really helps. I don't know. It doesn't feel like it would. It definitely wouldn't have in that case. Because if your pivot points are wrong, then nothing can save you. But I should have realized that much earlier. I guess I was just kind of zoning out. Okay, I am much happier with that now. Let's try the elbow. What did I just press? Don't even want to know. Maybe it's best to just keep these weights super sharp and let it clip. Because I reckon with subsurf this might look fine. I mean, that's almost good. Now let's, whoa. That's another small bug. The Control Tab operator shouldn't be attempting to run when the active object is not a mesh. Whoops. Whoopsie daisy. Just want to spread out these weights the tiniest little bit. Yeah, I think that's maybe good enough. Yeah. Yeah, I'm alright with it. With subsurf it looks fine. And that's what matters. Ow. 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 Now it's time for the hands. So do I see this right, that CloudRig is now independent from Rigify and completely its own thing? Is it very different from the pre-4.0 version, since I'm going through the CloudRig tutorials again? Yeah, I would say it's... I mean, it's not 100% different. And those tutorials... Because the tutorials are quite focused on each rig component, I think they are still useful. A lot of the UI strings have changed. So you might need to look at the UI for a second to figure out what is what, like what's the equivalent new option to the old ones, because the names have changed sometimes. And yes, CloudRig is now independent from Rigify, that's correct. Oh, come on, I'm trying to turn some stuff off. Okay, so these wrists. They don't have a lot of weight. Maybe I just leave it. This is more about the carpals, I guess. Yeah, these are looking like they are a bit too wide from the automatic weights. These should not be affecting this part, I think. Not really vibing with this. That's the one. The weight painting fingers is so repetitive because you have to do roughly the same task 5 times. But oh well, that's rigging, yeah. Okay, let's see these keyframes. And let's see if these deep pivot points are kind of good. It's pulling the other finger a lot. Maybe something like this. I don't hate this. Yeah, I don't hate this. Of course, all of this volume gets lost here, but that's something you can only fix with shape keys. That's fine. Like the palm meat volume. What's the next keyframe? Oh, well, I guess it's... it is what it is. I think this shouldn't be affecting the previous joint at all. Probably. Maybe not even this edge loop. No, it has to affect the edge loop. But does it have to affect it that much? No. Although maybe. And this is when I'm gonna accidentally end up painting on like random parts of the character. So we try to avoid that by using masking, of course. It's actually super handy, so if you don't use it, I highly recommend it. Is 4.0 releasing tomorrow on schedule? I think so. I haven't heard anything. If it's set for tomorrow and something hasn't been announced yet, then I think it's coming tomorrow, yeah. Why doesn't the gradient tool work on the mirror vertex? Does anyone know of that problem? It doesn't? I don't really use it. Well, it crashed. That's pretty bad. So I'm not gonna try that again, but I do not know the answer to the question of why it doesn't work. And maybe I'll just report a bug. First, let's see if I get an autosave that saves me 2 minutes ago. That's not bad. What did we lose? We lost painting the pinky. Let's do it again. Woohoo! Because having to do this 5 times wasn't enough. But hey, that was an actual Blender crash. That wasn't my fault, so it happened. Woohoo! Open the champagnes or whatever. Why doesn't CloudRig create the old style rig UI for bone selection? Why is it the same as bone collections? So you can still create the old style UI, it just takes a bit more effort. Because I just wanted to support the official method first and foremost, which is, you know, just bone collections in a list. Well, yeah, I might still have to iterate on that. But you can do the old UI, which is described on the wiki under properties UI, example use case, bone collections. You can create this UI still. You just have to do it yourself, basically. Which I mean, the thing is, you already had to do it yourself in the past. So now it's just done with a very different mental model. So in the past you had a UI where you had the list of bone layers, the 32 layers, and you could enter a name for them. And you could enter a row number for them, and that's how it worked. And now it's completely different. So now you can add arbitrary properties to the UI into arbitrary subpanels. So you can choose to create a bone collection subpanel, and then you can choose to add collection visibilities to that panel. And that's how you do it. So yeah, it's like arguably more effort now than before, but I would say not by a lot. And it's more flexible now because the layers can have children as well. Any tip to create face deformation better? It's kind of hard, man. But that's the plan for the subsequent streams. So I don't exactly know yet how often I'm going to stream. I kind of have to be in a mindset for it that kind of comes and goes. But the plan is definitely that we rig Mikassa with her face before the end of the month. And of course, it's not like you have to catch that live. That's not what I'm saying, because the recordings will be available. I'm just saying I can't really summarize an answer to that in a timely manner. And I just realized that the pivot points of these fingers are also wrong, keeping with the theme of pivot points being wrong, because I just selected the edge loops and snapped to that, assuming that would be in the center. But these fingers have more vertices at the top than on the bottom, so when I snap to the whole edge loop, the cursor ends up being towards the top of the finger. So I'm better off selecting just the top vertex and the bottom vertex, and then I get rid of the center of the finger. Which is unfortunate, because I kind of don't want to do this again for every single finger. But yeah, the other ones don't look that bad. Like the pinky seemed way off center. Let's just hope that's enough. Hi friend, will this live stream be saved here on YouTube? Yes, of course, absolutely. I'd like to take a look on this later on. Yeah, it will be saved. I'll try to put it in a playlist called, I don't know, live rigging Mikassa or something. But yeah, the beginning of today's stream was rigging another character really quickly and dirtily, which can also be useful if what you want to do is rig something quickly. Yeah, I get you that the gradient tool is not working with symmetry. I don't really use it. I assume it's not supported for some reason. Yeah, not sure. Well, when I tried it, it just crashed, so now I don't want to try it again. At least not on stream. But if you think it's a bug, you are always welcome to report it. It sounds like it could be a bug. I mean, the crash is definitely a bug, I'll tell you that much. Okay. Come on, let's rig one finger already. I need to do this faster, man. This is fine. Okay, next finger, please. Carpal wiggle, sure. Wiggle that way, looks fine. Wiggle this way, more or less fine. Finger bend down. Bit less influence here. I just want to paint on this section, which is kind of tough, so masking is again here to save the day. Whoa. Oh, that's moving quite a lot of the palm there. Looks a bit weird. That's a bit better, I think. Man, weight bending finger is like the most boring thing ever. Sorry, guys. It is what it is. But I'll speed up here, I think, by not worrying about it so much. Or will I? Dude, this playlist is such a mix of like electronic high-speed bangers and then like slow, I don't know, Disney I Wish songs. But alas, it is not my playlist. It is one of the first things that came up when I searched for copyright-free music. So you guys don't get ads. Dude, I might actually save this. What is this? Banger. Man, repeating fingers is supposed to be kind of easy. And it is, but I'm somehow annoyed. Sorry, I don't understand your question, Kisaki. It's a bit hard to understand. Something about actions. Oh, the weight paint test action. Okay, so that was generated by CloudRig. I'll show you in a sec. So if you're using CloudRig and you want to generate an action that tests the deformation, so you don't have to create all these keyframes yourself, you can go on the Metarig, and under generation there's a checkbox here. At first it says generate action, then it generates an action, and then from that on it's going to say update action, which I might actually untick now. So if you have it unticked, then it's not going to touch it. If you have it ticked, then if you make any manual changes, they're going to get overwritten when you regenerate. Can you say anything about your new idea for the jaw setup? Do I have a new idea for the jaw setup? Well, what I wrote down here, which I didn't really show, I think was just like, there's a copy location helper for the lip master. So that's not very fancy. It's just like the jaw setup that's on rain, the jaw setup that's on snow, where there's a jawbone, because obviously you kind of need that. But you also might often want, for cartoony characters especially, a lip master that controls all of the lips. And that becomes tricky because now you're saying you want the lower lips to be owned by the jaw, but you want the lower lips to be owned by the lip master. So that's like contradictory. But there is a way to make it work, of course. So let me just get comfortable here. I wasn't expecting to be blessed with rig wisdom today. Thanks for this live. Well, I mean, you're welcome, I guess. I don't know if it's all that exciting. But it's nice to hang out. I don't really understand why this finger bone is kind of rolled that way, but whatever. We'll test putting these fingers into a fist soon. It's probably gonna go horribly. Like when you just rotate all of them by 90 degrees and try to make it look as good as possible while still kind of matching the model. But yeah, I kind of want to be done with this stupid weight painting already. I feel like I was kind of slow today. I'm not sure why. Oh, because I spent a lot of time like trying to tweak the shoulders when the pivot point was wrong. I think I did the same for the thighs. I spent a bunch of time tweaking the weights and wondering why it looks bad when the pivot point was totally wrong. So there's a tip for y'all. Don't spend a bunch of time weight painting before you know for sure that your pivot point is wrong. Or if you keep weight painting and you can't get it to look good, ask yourself, is it because the pivot point is totally wrong? Probably yes. Oops, you don't want that. Okay, that's good enough. Okay, thumb. Whoa. We might be better off testing this by just moving it ourselves. That is way too much influence, I think. Oh yeah, big time. Maybe something like that. Like that. Like that. Maybe. Maybe? It's a step up, I would say. But I still don't want it to dent the arm like this. That's usually bad. Yeah, that looks a bit better. Maybe I could actually grab some of this palm skin. Let's try that. Yeah, I don't know. I'll leave it like that for now. Yeah, so by the way, when I'm working on something like the hands, where sometimes I want to paint through it and sometimes I don't want to paint through it, I like to switch the fall of shape between spherical and projected circle, and I like to switch front faces only on and off. And I'm just displaying the front faces only option here as paint through mesh, because I think it's more artist friendly, let's say. Is this action generation feature only for CloudRig or for Rigify? Yes, this is a CloudRig feature. Face deformation doesn't look good without a corrective modifier. Is there a way to achieve this without modifier? Using a modifier removes the shape keys effects which we created for good deformation. I mean, yeah, it's just hard. It's possible. Anything is possible, I guess. I don't know, it depends on how extreme you're trying to deform the face. Yeah. And then it just comes down to weights and shape keys. Just make sure you don't try to alter shape keys with the corrective smooth modifier on, because that's rough. But I think even if you have like really good weights, especially if you don't want to make shape keys, then having a very gentle, slight corrective smooth modifier with like one iteration is still often nice. But if you do have corrective shape keys, especially if you have a lot of them, then maybe it's good to not use corrective smooth. It's like if your rig is extremely high effort, then you can disable corrective smooth. But putting maximum effort into everything all of the time is not something I approve of. Be lazy. If you can be lazy, you should be lazy. And that's why I actually love the corrective smooth modifier. But I also try not to use it for main characters. How am I still weight painting fingers? How is this possible? Just let it end. Oh god, why is it so bad? Huh? I guess it needs to affect this edge loop a little bit. Actually, maybe the other way around. This bone needs to affect this edge loop a little bit. That's probably gonna be it. Oh, have I not been painting through them? Yeah, I was. Oh, full of shapes. Very cool. God dang it. Whatever. Just blur the heck out of everything. Why is my blur brush so strong this whole time? It's a bit too strong. Like, way too strong. I don't know why I didn't fix that before. It's still kind of strong. Oh man, this thumb is spaghetti. Maybe I'll leave it like that though. It's gonna need to get fixed by a shape key anyways. I'm sick of weight painting this. Good enough. What add-on do you use for paint through mesh? That's not an add-on, it's just a blender feature. It's just front faces only, on or off. That's all it does. Oh, but this spine menu is from Easy Weight add-on. I like this spine menu. I recommend this spine menu. It's on the W key with the Easy Weight add-on. This spaghetti thumb upsets me greatly. Okay, maybe we turn accumulate off. And then we just make a number of brush strokes very precisely until it doesn't look horrible anymore. I mean, that's better, I guess. Still pretty bad. What about with Subsurf? It's like a balloon. Whatever, man. Doesn't matter. I just call it done. Do I need to weight paint anything else? No. The feet, I think. Right? We didn't do this. Let me turn IK off, I think. Or actually, well, I guess I can just use, whoa, this thing. There we go. So I know I painted the ankles a little bit. I mean, it looks pretty rough. Well. Where is the pivot of this? It's pretty much where I would expect. Damn. Wait, what? Don't show me in front. Okay, so this ankle is becoming a banana, which we don't really want. So to try to fix that, I'll put some of the weights up to the knee bone and see if it survives. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I would say that's better. Oof. Never mind. I mean, okay, the foot doesn't need to bend that much forward at all. Like, this is the limit, which I think is reasonable. Oh, wait. Ankles exist on both sides of the legs. Did you guys know that? Because I apparently did not. Okay. I mean, just don't look at it when it goes like 90 degrees, because it's insane. But other than that, don't look at that either, because it's also insane. We can smooth this a bit better for sure. Little bit foot spaghetti, but again, it doesn't need to bend that much. And it's also just feet, so they don't really show up on camera much. Okay. Let's please finally call weight painting over for now. Ugh. Hi Healthy, you're more awesome. How about a weight picker? Can Blender do that, like a color picker? Yeah, I've seen an add-on for that, but I wouldn't use it. I mean, I don't know. I don't really think of weights as numbers. Where like, I want a weight of 0.357 here. I don't know, yeah. I think of them either just as more or less than what I currently have. And that's why I only use the add and the subtract brush. I never use a draw brush. I never feel like, man, if only I could have a weight of 0.678 here, my life would be better. It's more like, man, if only I could subtract some weights from here. Oh, wait, I can. That's how my brain works with weight painting. Okay, I don't know why I just found some random weird weights on the hips, but let's not worry about it. Let's just assume that this will deform well, because I don't want to test it. Okay. How do you select two bones at the same time in weight paint mode? It's an option that should be enabled by default, and with easy weight it is enabled by default, and I think you can't even... Well, yeah, it's enabled by default. But in base Blender, it may not be enabled by default. It's under, if you're in weight paint mode, you go Tool, Options, Multi-Paint, and it's incredibly useful. What don't you use full bendy bone setup for face rigging? Is there any drawbacks or just artistic choice? No, nowadays I almost use no bendy bones for the face, I think. I do still use stretching bones sometimes. Yeah, often even. But just not bendy bones. I think you still can, especially if your character's eyes are way big, like very large cartoony eyes, and also if you need to shape them the way that you would shape a curve, then I think it still makes sense to use bendy bones for anything, for lips, for eyelids, for eyebrows. But for humans, like for humanoid humans, I feel like it doesn't bring enough benefit. And they add a lot of clutter and maintenance overhead, I think. Yeah, I think for humans, I would still just use just regular bones, like 5 per eyelid, like 4 or 5 per eyebrow, and like 7 per upper and lower lip. And they tend to work just fine. And they're like easier to manage, in my opinion. And the thing is, you're not really trying to create curves with lips, in my opinion. Like, I don't know. Even if you are, you can do it just fine with regular bones instead of bendy bones, I think. I don't know. It depends on the design, for sure, of course. on Wingit, though, never mind. We could just use actual curves. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. Sometimes I use bendy bones, sometimes I don't. For Mikassa face rig, that's gonna be done later on these live streams. We're gonna have, I think, no bendy bones, just regular bones. Okay, I don't know if I want to continue. It is 6. I am pretty tired. I am extremely sick of weight painting. Oh, but I said that I would transfer it to the clothes. Let's do that. That's, I mean that quite literally. Like, I just gonna transfer it and then probably do nothing. Maybe do a little bit of cleanup. But so I'm gonna grab all of this stuff, all of her clothing. Let's see if I'm missing anything. Oh, maybe I'll also organize the file a little bit. Oh, there's so much more stuff. Bracelets. The hair I'm not gonna do for now. Or the eyes. Maybe I should. Trousers. Okay, what else? This thing. I guess this thing can also start with a weight transfer. Okay. So, for these objects, I'm gonna parent them to the armature without any vertex group stuff. And then I select the body. And, well, I have a shortcut for this, so I'm just gonna press Ctrl-Shift-T, which just sets up the transfer mesh data operator with, like, nearest face interpolated, all layers by name. That's about it. So in theory, after those steps, the clothing is also deforming. Yes, cool. And of course, I mean, there's stuff like this, where it's gonna need to have its own bones, and currently it doesn't, so it's just, you know, glued to the body. But for now, that's fine. Oh, and then we have some rogue weights, which I guess I will try to fix now. So when the clothes reach over to the other side or are closer to a different bone than what you wish they would get bound to, then they just do this crap. But we fix it easy peasy. Need a different music though. Okay. So here again, to fix this mess, as you can see, I'm using masking and inverting the selection, and of course auto normalize is on, so that as I am giving the weights to one bone, they are being taken away from another, which is super nice. Okay, now try not to mess up the ape weights that we transferred, other than fixing the broken bits. Okay, so that's done, and then let's do a bit of the hair. How much do I want to do with the hair? Do I want to create bones? So we actually have two hairstyles here. We have bound hair, where it's like tied up like this. And we have loose hair, where it's out in a long ponytail kind of thing. And of course, at some point we will rig this with an FK chain. Do I want to do that now? Not really. No, but I will paint it to the... no, painting it to the head is the same effort as painting it to the hair bones, so maybe... I'll do it now. I'll make some hair bones. God dang it. So... I'm gonna have a chain for each of these side strands, a chain for this ponytail, and I guess there will be some overlap with the tied up ponytail. Yeah, something like that. We'll see when we get there. I'm starting to get super hungry though. Let's see. Hair side 1, 1. So that this can be. Whoa. What was that? What? Oh, right. Wait, no. What? Why is the bone spawning over there? That's odd. Whatever. I'm just gonna ignore that. But that is interesting. Well, I probably know what it is. It's another note. Extrude bone seems to remember the offset of the last time duplicate move the original was executed. I think that's what it's happening. So maybe if I just do duplicate move, then I accept, then I delete, then I press E again. No, it's still doing this. Whoa, that's weird. Okay, whatever. Don't have time to figure that out. We'll just ignore and move on. Something like that. And then hair side 2, 1. Let's try to get these guys in the center of these hair strands. Okay, something like that hopefully vaguely makes sense. Yep. And then these guys need to be parented to the head, obviously. And the component stuff I'll figure out once I have the bones for the ponytail. So I want a bone that is centered. So I just created it from the head, because I know that that is centered. And then I'll call this hair ponytail 1, although maybe... yeah, maybe this will be shared. I think this bone is going to start all the way up here, and it's going to be shared with the bound hairstyle. Yeah. Probably. And then let's put some bones. How many do I want? Not that many. CloudRig doesn't work in 4.1. It should. If you download it from the extensions platform and you're getting an error, then you can report a bug. But maybe you have an old version of CloudRig? I am in 4.1 right now, by the way, using CloudRig, so I'm fairly confident. Do custom bone in CloudRig, please. I'm not sure what that means, sorry. The whole stream so far has been CloudRig. When skin clips through the clothes, what's the solution for it if you don't want to remove geometry and keep the original mesh? When skin clips through the clothes. I mean, there's a lot of ways, I guess. You can... I would say the easiest way is to just make a shape key to shrink the skin a little bit. And just activate the shape key whenever that clothing is active. You can also remove it procedurally with a mask modifier. Yeah, I would say those are the two easiest ways. Oh, the ponytail is not centered actually. What? Really? Huh. Oh. That's good to know. Okay, never mind then. Then we'll just adjust our bones to be on the thing. Is 4 bones enough? Yeah. Yeah, I think it's fine. I want to learn Blender. Where do you suggest I get started? Make a donut. Andrew Price is our resident Blender beginner YouTuber. There's also tutorials on the official Blender channel, I think, made by a person who I forget the name of, but they're also very good, in my opinion. Like, I think the official Blender tutorials, I think, are very well edited as well. Well edited and well scripted and everything. It's too difficult to rig. Vibe. Okay, I'm considering adding more bones to this ponytail, and I think I probably should, but I will defy these intrusive thoughts because I don't want to add more bones. There's more bones, more problems, you know? So, these are gonna be FK chains. I'd like to learn to script for Blender. What do you suggest? That's a good question. You can watch yesterday's, not yesterday, sorry. You can watch my last stream from Thursday where I was coding. It wasn't exactly beginner friendly or anything, I don't know. Sibrin has a series for coding in Blender, but it's quite old now, and of course things always get outdated very rapidly with Blender. I am 100% confident that there are many YouTube tutorials out there for scripting for Blender. So my suggestion to finding things on the internet would be to search. Definitely. Okay, FK chains, yes. I also actually want to create some collections for the hair. So let's see how is that gonna look like. I think we'll have a root level thing here called hair. It's gonna be the same setup as with the fingers. We'll have a hair and then a hair FK. Then a hair stretch. Yeah, and then the FK controls can go on the hair FK, the stretch controls can go on the hair stretch. Okay, do we need anything else? I actually want to use smooth spline on the hair chains. Display FK in center. No extra stretch segments. I think that's about it. And then I copy the component to those other ones and generate. And there you go, we have some hair bones. Great. And then it is time to parent and deform all of these meshes. Am I missing any? Yep. So all of these guys and this guy. Oh, these are earrings, never mind. Well, could do those as well. While I'm at it, whatever. So, all of you parent without any groups, but do the modifier, and then let's see. So for this one, I want to select just the bones that I want to affect it, and then assign automatic from bones. Let's see if that messed up. Ooh, it looks a bit rough actually, but we can fix it real quick. There we go, pretty happy with that. And then for this one, I just want the head bone and the first ponytail bone. Assign it from bones. Oof, man, this algorithm is so whack. But whatever, we just fix it. Might as well paint it from scratch, but oh well. Okay, this reminds me that on the production, I'm pretty sure I had one extra bone or something to avoid this crappy deformation. Because that's pretty bad. But maybe I just smoothed the weights a little bit more. Like this. Maybe turn accumulate off and then Is this doing anything? Kind of. It's a bit bad. Okay, we need to bump the blur strength up to oblivion again. This hair turns out actually kind of dense in terms of poly count, which of course affects our blur brush, because that makes sense. Yeah, okay, that's better, I guess. It's good enough. What are you making? I am rigging Mikassa, just to show, okay, some rigging, to test my tools, just to live stream something. The new animation is gonna be called Gold, and it's coming out soon. I don't know when, but soon. And she is the protagonist. So she was already rigged for the film, but now I'm rigging her again because it's fun. For the lulz. That's a good point. There are also script templates in the Blender text editor here. These are actually pretty good. So yeah, I can recommend those. How do you deal with wrinkles on a mesh face or body? Well, ideally using textures that you might activate based on some control. I mean, you if it's if we're not talking like extreme wrinkle, like a very old person with genuinely like a lot of wrinkles, but just like a small, or like a major wrinkle, like the laugh line, you could argue is a wrinkle, then you just have to have good topology that accounts for that to even have any hope of rigging it successfully. Because if the topology isn't there to create a wrinkle, then you can't create a wrinkle. How do you make sprite fright? We found a genie and we spent all of our wishes. Why do you use bendy bones and not normal bones? Well, can normal bones do this? Bendy bones are essentially just some kind of masking a lot of normal bones that behave like a curve, which can be very handy for rigging straight lines like ponytail hair. So that's why. Oh, and I mean, yeah, I guess I'm using bendy bones for the whole body. For a realistic character who doesn't like do stuff like this, you don't need that. That is totally true. But whether Mikassa is a realistic character or not is a good question. I think it can still help even in some semi-realistic styles to be able to nudge the character's limbs in weird ways, because in some camera angles it might just look good. So, you know, why not? I think Sprite Fright was like a 10 out of 10. I agree, I like Sprite Fright. It was very rewarding to work on because it was super challenging. And I was very happy with the final product, I think. Of course, there's always things left on the cutting room floor that I miss, but it's okay. Dude, I swear these hand weights were fine a minute ago and now they're trash. Man, how does this happen? Whatever, quick fix, come on. Oh my god, it made it worse. Oh, and me. Okay. Jesus Christ, why is it so rough? Okay, when you're not skilled enough, just use the smooth operator. Yeah, I'm pretty happy with that. Now it looks like this area also needs a bit of that treatment. It's a little bit spaghetti, but... ugh, it's very spaghetti. Jesus, why? Go away, Cowboi weights. You should not be affecting this area. Why are you even? I already subjected these, I am so certain of that. Okay, to be fair, I didn't smooth them together, which I should have done. Okay, how is it now? What? What is happening? I swear to God. Okay, now this has way too much influence up here. Okay. It's better. Oh man. It's kind of sad when they mix like kind of cringe vocals with crazy banging sounds. My bullet brush is too strong again. I wish I could change that without having to jump through 14 freaking UI elements, but oh well. I already asked for so many improvements to weight painting and I got most of them, so I'm happy. Why can't I make this look not terrible? I swear. It's because I'm trying too hard. I need to give up. Once I don't care anymore, everything looks a lot better. Do you guys ever get that feeling? That's it, it's fine. Okay, so that part of the hair is done. Those parts are not. But all of this stuff, we just want to wait straight to the head bone, I guess. At which point I could also use object parenting, but whatever. So I think for production we actually had a few extra bones for those little hair strands there. But I don't think I'll do that for this version. And then the earrings. There we go. Okay, and then the side hair strands. That's one. That's two. And then these guys. Done. Ah, another one. Okay. Yeehaw. Oh, this looks a bit bad, actually. Like, this needs one more control. I had a feeling that would happen. I think I'll move both of them actually up, like here. Regenerate. Oh man, the form bones are a bit hard to look at. Reassign the automatic weights for that one. And for this one. 1, 2 to 0, 0, 1. What? Oh, crap. Yes. To fix that cheekily, let me fix the name here on the generated rig once, then on the Metarig twice, then regenerate. It generates with the same name, and now the vertex group has been renamed. Fantastic. So is that significantly better? Let's say. It's good enough. It's good enough for me for now. This can be a lot better here, because this whole lower section should all be weighted to the head bone, so that the hair doesn't fly away like that. Okay. Okay, I mean, you probably wouldn't move this bone that much, ideally. I don't know. Should you be able to? No. Ooh, maybe you should be able to. Ah, crap. I should probably split this bone up into two. Like, for sure. Oh, but that's gonna be very annoying. Unless I call this number 0, which I will. So I said I like to start bone chains with number 1 instead of 0. One of the benefits of that is if you mess up and change your mind, you still got one chance to insert a number 0 in the beginning. Hehehe. And so this one I want to rename to 0. But on this one it's fine as it is, except I will manually paint a bit of weight for number 0 here. And now you can bend this just fine. And you don't really need to touch this ever. But if you do need to, you can touch it a little bit. And it doesn't break too much. Breaks a little bit, but it's not visible from here. Okay, that's good. I think I'm gonna call it there. So what did we achieve today? Build initial Metarig, done. Clean up the body weights, done. Transfer weights to clothes and clean up, done. Bones for clothes and hair. Well, hair is done, clothes is not done. Switches, masks, and UI. So this is where we're gonna continue next time. We're gonna do bones for the clothes, or i.e. just rig the extra clothes, yeah. Today we rigged the hair. So yeah, next stream, which may or may not be tomorrow, we'll rig the clothes, add switches for the clothes and the different hairstyles. Oh wait, we need to rig the other hair. Oh crap, okay. Rig the other hair, rig the clothes, switches, masks, and rig UI. And then we could do more stuff that I didn't have in production, which I already did. IK fingers, organize bones into different collections, which was mentioned earlier. Adding physics to, like, I was thinking like adding physics to like this part of the clothes, this part of the clothes, maybe even the pants, so that they like just wiggle a little bit. I thought it could be fun. It's not something that we did in production, but this is not production. I do what I want. So maybe I will do it. Well, it's kind of time consuming. It will depend on how I feel. Let's see if there's any questions that aren't just straight up asking me for my freaking phone number and home address. No. Okay. Okay, then I think I'm gonna call it there. Thank you guys for tuning in. I hope it was a chill time. If you've learned anything, let me know. If you didn't understand something, you can write a comment. I'll try to read the comments for at least a few days after the VOD goes up, but I might go back to them every now and then. Otherwise, if you have a question a long time after I recorded this, you can message me on the internet, and if you can't find me on the internet, then you should try harder. Aw, thanks for the kind words, guys. That's very nice to hear that you enjoyed. It's not the most exciting live streams rigging, but that's alright. I'm not here to replace Netflix for you. Alright. Have a good day, guys. Goodbye.